the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by golden curtains. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah. Dying voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic we play our part with fierce hearts. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise.
But as you'll see in a minute, it does double the voltage apparently while maintaining the current. And that, my friends, is a read. Let's get started. Yep, we got a little bit of movement on that side. Now we're going to switch it to 400. And now it's moving. Holy shit. I'm the benefactor. I apologized recently for my absence in content. My computer crashed, but I just had to get this information out. Today, I'd like to demonstrate my rodent coil and the effects that I've been witnessing over the past few weeks. I'll be going over unity and magnetic synchronicity. I haven't run this test yet with the neodymium sphere. What we will be doing is placing the sphere in the center of Vortex and seeing if it can capture and react to the magnetic moment of the generated electromagnetic field. And supposedly, if we can do this correctly, we can generate such a magnetic synchronicity that the sphere will keep on spinning even outside of the affected vortex where the magnetic field is condensed and contained. So we can take it outside supposedly and it'll still affect it, and even power off the coil with no energy going into it, and you can see the residual energy still affecting it as it powers down. I'm following in the footsteps of Daniel and Erica Nunez. I'm recreating some of their experiments to see if I can basically do what they did. And so far, the results have been very promising. The uniformity of the coil is not ideal. I screwed up a couple of parts, so it's probably going to be a little bit less efficient than the claimed 10 times voltage output. But as you'll see in a minute, it does double the voltage apparently while maintaining the current. And that, my friends, is over unity. Let's get started. Alright, as you can see, I have my input and output multimeters. Hooked up, the input hooked up to the stereo output, which is going into the input of the rodent coil, channel A. Channel B, which is not connected to channel A, is outputting into my own custom circuit. So basically, we are inputting a tone with the tone generator, and with specific frequencies we can manipulate the coil. Get our magnetic pole detector in there.
My research has led me to find that the coil exhibits different properties at different frequency ranges. I'm starting to believe that the coil might have multiple resonant frequencies, one lower and one higher, to reflect the duality of magnetism and electricity. After all, magnetism and electricity are two aspects of the same phenomena, and what we see in this coil design is a very strong electromagnetic field generated at the low end. For my coil, I've seen this start anywhere from 0 to 40 Hz. And, on the other end of that duality, an over-unity energy production at the higher frequency range. The sweet spot for my coil seems to be around 1 kHz. Following in the footsteps of giants like the Nunez's, for a layman like myself, took months of painstaking attention to every detail of their coil designs. I went to great lengths to learn everything I could about their research, deconstructing and reverse engineering their videos. I even found an unlinked Google search to one of their website pages that had a treasure trove of information in text form. It was descriptions of all their videos that had been taken down off of YouTube. As you can see, I'm using my digital pole detector to try to determine where the pole is and what orientation. However, in this test, I was not successful in actually detecting the South Pole. Previously, I had detected a South Pole, but I hadn't detected a North Pole, which is very unusual. This is what we would call a magnetic monopole. The two counter-rotating magnetic fields are compressing and condensing the North Pole, I think, into a point that is negligent to the system, meaning contained within the vortex you have one useful pole.
So we can adjust the power level with the gain here. Right now we're at 10, we're at virtually no power. So right now, we are going to demonstrate the low frequency range, which has a strong electromagnetic field that's generated in the vortex of the coil. And what's unique about this coil is that it's a stable contained effect, where a normal electromagnet, it's just going to attract or repel something. This will only have that effect within the vortex, which makes it a stable system. Alright, so we're going to input 20 hertz sawtooth. I'm going to turn up the gain a little bit. Oh. As you can see, there's a strong electromagnetic field generated at the center, at the vortex. Get our magnetic pole detector in there. Clearly got an electromagnetic field, but we are not picking up any pole. This is what we should see. This is what we should see. Only it's switching back and forth. See, back and forth. I don't see any of that. Alright, so we're going to move on to the over unity test. And I'm going to demonstrate how you can actually apparently get more out than in tiny increments. This serves as a proof of concept for over unity, breaking the conventional thinking of science that says we cannot achieve more output than input. But if you look at how Tesla achieved maximum voltage output, sure, it's at the cost of current, but what is he doing achieving that? He's resonating the load. He's using a resonant circuit, but he is not choosing the path of least resistance for the energy. When you combine the resonance, resonating the load with the current, or resonating the load with the conductor, and the path of least resistance, which is this toroid, the path that the energy wants to flow, you essentially can create over unity. And what we're doing here is we're taking the resonance, combining it with the geometry, and we're taking the geometry of two counter-rotating magnetic fields and putting them on top of each other in such a way that we create a torsion physics, a torsion effect that essentially what Malcolm describes as is creating a monopolar point on the equatorial plane. It is creating a monopole. This is very significant in many different respects because mainstream science says this is impossible. We haven't yet proved the existence of monopoles. Here we go. Alright, so we are still pumping 24 hertz into the system. Right now, we increase the power a little bit. Run this coil and do a little bit of power. And we're going to let it run. Let's see, up the voltage. We're going to let this run. And we're going to basically take a temperature test. Let's check the voltage here. Alright, so we got 3.6 volts AC going in, 5.6 volts AC going out, and I'm sure if we check the current will be slightly higher on the output side like it has been. Let's do that real quick. Let's check the current for you. Alright, so we got 0.26 amps going into the coil. Alright, 0.29, 0.3. Wow, and then to verify that the voltage was being accurate on this multimeter, 5.4.
Now would be a great time to pause our video here and explain something to everybody. Despite my calm demeanor in the video, what has been accomplished here cannot be understated. This system is apparently putting out 55% more energy than it's taking in, 0.9 watts on the input and 1.4 watts on the output. 155% efficiency. I keep thinking to myself, something is wrong. Every instinct in my body tells me this shouldn't happen, but it is. That little voice in the back of my head saying, you hooked something up wrong or you misread something. But I've checked my connections, I've talked to every known electrical engineer I could find, and I've done the math over and over. Over-unity has been achieved, and now would be a great time to put a like on this video, comment, share, and subscribe for more. Thinking about my setup, there's really no way that you can hook up the multimeters wrong and get an inaccurate reading like this, especially since the multimeter reads lower on the output like it usually should at the other frequency ranges outside of its resonance range. We have multimeter A hooked up to the output of the stereo amp receiver and the input of the coil, and multimeter B hooked up to the output of the coil. But channel A and channel B, the output, are not connected. They are lying on top of each other in a bundle of wires, but the two channels are not directly connected. This means that what's happening has to be some kind of inductance. Replications of this experiment will be needed to verify or refute these results and determine what exactly is happening. And I have put together a quick do-it-yourself guide so that you can try to replicate these experiments. I have a link to this in the description below. This guide will be periodically updated with more results and more theories as I progress with my research.
So this multimeter is good at picking up the AC voltage, especially at higher frequencies, which is unusual for a cheaper multimeter. But unfortunately, it does not pick up current very well, especially at higher frequency ranges. So when you see the frequency get past a certain point on this one, it just takes a... we can easily just swap them out for now until I get a spare. This is a very good multimeter, by the way. Alright, so I'm going to be monitoring the current on the output side for now. Let's monitor the voltage input. 2, 5.4 or something. Alright, so we've been running this for a few minutes. And crank it up a little bit. Since this is restricting the circuit, we can crank it up a little bit because it's plugged into the milliamp setting, which, you know, is going to restrict the circuit a little bit to read it as milliamps and more accurate. So, let's take a look at the temperature reading. So the temperature did go up slightly. It went up about 1 degrees. 1 to 2 degrees it looks like it went up. The temperature before the ambient, before the coil was running, was around 77.4. is heating up a little bit. But again, this might not be the ideal geometry. I don't have it completely symmetrical. As you can see, it's kind of bent in some areas, and the bundle isn't uniform like it should be. So we might have inefficiencies, which is why I suspect we're seeing a lot less output multiplication than predicted. But this thing should be getting hot to the touch. It's not even getting warm. As you can see, the ambient of the table is around 77.7. 78.6. Right in the vortex. On the edge of the vortex, where the energy actually is traveling. Remember, it's not going through the tor, it's going around the edge of the tor. 83.4. So it is gained a little bit, about 3 to 4 degrees. Actually, about 5 degrees. So it's gained about 5 degrees. Yeah. Concrete is a little cooler, 76. '81, 82, 83 on the outside, let's see, 82, 83 on the outside, 81.8, 82. Alright, and we've been running this for how many minutes now? At least
4 or 5.
4 or 5? So a regular coil at this point, especially if it's expecting look at that, 7.4, because I pumped up the gain a little bit. If it's expecting 7.3 volts on the output, this coil should be at least getting warm to the touch. It's not even breaking a sweat. Alright. And look, oh. That's weird. But I didn't blow a fuse.
Since Daniel and Erica Nunez went silent at the end of 2022, their website store, which had sold their custom-made Vortex frames, has been shut down as well. Their Facebook and Instagram are silent, which was really unusual because the couple had been posting quite frequently on their social media and had recently been excited about a newly obtained lease for a property in New York to develop their technology even further. Within their unlinked website forum, I managed to find an item list for one of their inexpensive setups, and I tried to recreate that here. I ordered the exact parts described, even going so far as to order the very specific stereo amp receiver that Daniel uses in some of his videos, an Insignia receiver that I will have listed in the description below. As you can see, my custom-made circuit allows for the use of both AC power for the 3 LEDs and DC power for the DC motor via the use of a 4-diode and single capacitor. The Nunez called this design the PoE Vortex Coil. It stands for Peace on Earth, but I just call it the Nunez design to give them credit. After all, they were the ones who came up with this easily made sliding disc frame for our coils. They not only made it, they perfected it, and we need help trying to recreate their advanced version 3 432 Vortex coil. Jordan from Alchemical Science might be able to tackle this one. The frame needs to have a very thin V-shaped opening for a single wire set, not like the big spaces we see in Jordan's frame, or the one I am currently using. We simply set a single layer of wires down so they are symmetrically and evenly placed on top of one another, like we see here. This is their most advanced design, and it will supposedly eliminate the ozone problem with the coil. As some of you might be aware, it is not safe to use the coil inside while it is outputting high voltage due to its tendency to release ozone. The geometry playing a critical factor in the performance of a system can be explained by examining why a coil produces a magnetic field in the first place, while a straight line wire does not. The geometry is the determining factor for the presence of a detectable magnetic field. The closer you get to this precise geometry, the more you are choosing the path of least resistance for the energy. In a straight line wire, you couldn't be further from this path, since nothing in the universe travels in a straight line. Thus, it is within the realms of conventional science to assume that geometry is an integral factor to maximizing the performance of any system. This is not just one system. It is an all-in-one system, a transformer, a resonant circuit, a Tesla coil, a strong electromagnet. It is the holy grail of physics, a system unaffected by the weight that it carries, perfectly mimicking a black hole. From the macroscopic to the microscopic, we see plasmoid structures implode in on themselves in the same way that stars do. This isn't a coincidence. It is theorized that at the back of every black hole is actually a white hole. If you think about it, this makes sense. When you have matter being condensed into a single point, it's not just going to stay there. It has to have an exhaust. It has to have somewhere to go. When also thinking about a black hole, we must ask ourselves, why is the hole there in the first place? If there is such a strong force condensing matter, time, and light into that hole, why does it exist? Marco Rodin believes it's because there is something emanating out of this hole that is causing it to not close. Radiant energy, the only thing in the universe that travels in a straight line. It is impervious to everything and can penetrate anything. After I was done filming, a couple of friends came over to check out the coil in action, and we decided to do an impromptu cymatics test. Okay, we're going to start with 300 hertz sawtooth.
So on this side over here.
We're at 30 on the gain for the stereo. Yep, we got a little bit of movement on that side. Now we're going to switch it to 400. And now it's moving.
Can't tell. What side?
Right here.
It was easy. Yeah, we could see it a lot better on the one before, but it is moving a little bit.
I wish this was centered though.
Right, yeah, that's probably what it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably not centered.
Yeah. No, once
You
touch
get
it,
clearly
yeah,
see.
but you're affecting the vibration with your hand.
Oh, there you go, yeah. See?
Yeah, that's why I said on this side.
Okay, so we're going to increase it another 100 hertz. And now it's moving on.
It's moving towards this.
Yeah, now it's moving on the opposite side. So it is switching polarities, like you said.
Alright, let's see. Yeah, on what?
Okay, another 100, 600.
Now it's coming here.
Switched again.
It's all over.
Yeah. I think we need a more even surface to tell indefinitely, but yeah, it looks like it's
That's
moving a little bit.
Oh, look, this looks centered though at 700. See, it looks like it's centered
I
in the
can't see
middle.
where it's moving.
Right, yeah, a little bit. Another 100. We're at 800 hertz.
Reduce take it down to like 25.
Why isn't it moving anymore?
We're at 25 on the gain.
Nothing's really
That's at
moving.
800. Go back to 500.
500.
500 at 25.
Okay.
No, it's not going to do anything because you're turning down the gain, so.
Yeah, but then, we reduced it there.
Oh, to find the sweet spot.
Yeah, remember how we had like 2.1?
This experiment is for a viewer, Katie. Katie is a loyal viewer and a loyal supporter of the channel. And as you all know, I don't just like to hoard love, I like to spread it. So this experiment is requested by Katie. She requested that I put water inside the vortex to see what happens. I'm going to do that. Just a little bit. Okay. We have a tone generator and we're going to put 7 hertz into it. Alright. Let's turn it up a little bit. Get a shot of that too. Okay. Doesn't appear to be doing much. So what we can do though is we can put a tiny magnet in there. And it's flipping around a little bit. You know, this gives me a good idea, Katie. Why don't we get ferrofluid, put it in the vortex and see what happens? I think that it'll start spinning. Just experimenting with this and discovered it while you were calling. We're gonna put it on 7 hertz. And look at this. Look at this. Look how fast it is spinning, dude. Look at this. It's insane. Wow. Wow. Shaking.
With all the complicated physics and engineering involved in these systems, here's the kicker. It wasn't that difficult to actually achieve this over unity, which is why I'm prepared to host workshops for everybody interested in learning how to recreate these experiments. I need more independent researchers who are ready and able to recreate some of my experiments to verify or refute my findings. After all, what good is free energy if you're not going to tell anybody how it works? Keeping science open source is key. Developing this over unity system, it feels like I found a cheat code for life. A system that is able to actually output more energy than it takes in? It seems like it's wildly impossible. However, I cannot dispute what I'm seeing with my own eyes, the empirical evidence in front of me. It makes sense though. When you look at how nature utilizes energy, it does not waste energy. Magnets are nature's over-unity systems. If you calculate the amount of energy it takes to pulse a magnet compared to the number of years it can sustain itself against its own weight in gravity, you clearly get more energy out than put in. I think a lot of this has to do with the diminishing study of the ether. The dismissal of such a critical component, such as the ether, leads us astray. When thinking about magnets, north and south poles, it's best to think about them as inflow and outflow. When you think about it this way, it makes more sense. Why do opposite poles attract? To understand this, we must first look at this analogy.
So we hypothesized that there was some sort of current circulating in and around the magnet, analogous to the current circulating in a coil of wire, and that this was the cause of attraction and repulsion in the magnet. But currents of what? We hypothesized that the vacuum of space was filled with a fluid of some kind, what you humans used to refer to as the ether. We speculated that these special objects were able to spin up the fluid ether in and around the magnet, generating currents that would then result in attraction and repulsion, analogous to what we saw in the coils. To test this hypothesis, we spun a couple of cylinders in a pool of water and watched their behaviors. Here is a video of one of these experiments. In this video, the cylinders are spinning in opposite directions. The spinning cylinders generate currents in the water surrounding the cylinders. When these cylinders are spinning in opposite directions, the currents generated between the two cylinders will be moving in the same direction. Therefore, according to our rule, same attracts, the cylinders should attract, and they do. In this experiment, the cylinders are spinning in the same direction. Again, this is going to generate currents in the water surrounding the cylinders. When the cylinders are spinning in the same direction, the currents generated between the two cylinders will be moving in opposite directions. Therefore, according to our rule, opposites repel, these cylinders should repel, and they do. So, it seems plausible that the function of the magnet could in fact be described by and explained by fluid dynamics.
I believe this inflow and outflow could be the ether, nature's natural zero-point energy, only flowing from one pressure differential in the ether to the other. Constricting the inflow, or north pole, essentially produces this radiant energy, as it is not able to return and convert back into the ether, which Malcolm Bendel refers to as DC energy at rest. Recently, I went on Crypto Alchemist's podcast, Free Energy Fridays, to update everybody on my research. I gave a quick demo of the system and went into a little bit more detail about my setup and theories. If you're interested, I highly suggest you subscribe to Crypto Alchemist's YouTube channel, and I will link the video in the description below. Big shout out to Crypto on that front for giving me the opportunity to discuss these results with a group of inventors and free thinkers with valuable insights. They gave me a host of great ideas for future experiments and led me to develop some of my own theories about the coil, as well as teaching me a few things about electronics. As it turns out, I might have to pump the coil with at least 25 volts in order to determine the claimed 10-degree decrease in temperature inside the vortex of the coil, as noted by Daniel Nunes in his own research. This cooling phenomenon is called cold electricity and has been claimed to happen when a system has achieved over-unity. So what do I do now? Now that I've actually accomplished what I set out to do so long ago, I've already demonstrated the rodent coil is a viable option for free energy. Do I hang up the lab coat? No sir. There's still more work to be done. More experiments to replicate that I have not yet been able to, like the wireless transmission of energy from coil to coil. I was also hoping to be able to demonstrate the coil at this year's Cosmic Summit. However, it looks like next year is more of a possibility. In the meantime, I will continue to push my knowledge and understanding further than ever before, in order to demystify some of the valuable options held within my coveted rare edition of the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices. So stay tuned and subscribe for more updates on my upcoming new show, The Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. Check out my website, BeneficenceTV, for exclusive merchandise, research database, and community forum where you can stay up to date on my ongoing research and share some of your own projects. For those who are professionals or comfortable enough around high voltage equipment, please check out my do-it-yourself guide for the Nunez design. It's up to you all now to try and replicate this, and I will do my best to help you in any way I can. The easiest way to reach me is by leaving a comment on one of my videos, but feel free to reach out to me via my Facebook Messenger icon located at the bottom right corner of my website, or you can just email me at beneficencetv@gmail.com. Much thanks to Crypto Alchemist, Jordan from Alchemical Science, and the Martin Fleischman Memorial Project Discord channel for helping me with this project and supporting the page. You guys are awesome. For more on Zero Point Energy, stay tuned to Beneficence TV.
See, a free energy device would contradict the laws of thermodynamics, which apply to any closed systems.
Whenever at any point is energy just created out of thin air. Now I know here on YouTube there's a lot of videos on things like perpetual motion or a free energy that's often associated with Tesla. Well, these videos are just flat out wrong because energy cannot be created or destroyed. That's one of the laws of thermodynamics, and those laws are probably the most sacred physical laws of the universe.
It's probably a measurement error.
Hey everybody, so today this is some really huge stuff. This is going to be the day where we prove over unity both voltage and amperage. 26 volts right there at 61 milliamps, and on the return we have 441 milliamps feeding through this fluorescent tube at 378 volts. So this is the proven over unity.
The critics were right.
It's probably a measurement error.
I thought I had it. I thought I had cracked the code. I was standing on the edge of over-unity. I really thought I had unlocked the secrets of zero-point energy. But it turns out, I didn't. Until I did. After uploading my first zero-point energy solved question mark video, the comments came flooding in. The doubters and skeptics never quite bothered me much, until one day, a mentor and colleague, Michel Morel, saw something that I hadn't. I had wired my multimeter wrong. I wasn't measuring current the way I should have been. and that oversight was enough to cast a shadow over my entire research. Well, I hate to say it, but in this instance, Bob Greenyer was actually right. We were measuring the current wrong in our initial video. Despite this colossal mistake, I was set out on a mission to prove everyone wrong. The doubters, the haters, the master debaters. I was on a mission to save the world, one coil at a time. Little did I know that in only a few short weeks, we would have some tangible evidence of energy gains when my systems started to quite literally sing. I spent weeks questioning everything. Was I really onto something? Was it all a delusion? No. I refused to believe that. It couldn't be. There are too many people who have replicated these tests.
It's starting to sing. It's okay. Oh, it's starting to sing. It's working, brother. You got it.
Daniel Nunes inspired many freethinkers over a decade ago. Justine, Roland, Mr. Warrensick. There's just too much evidence that everything Daniel said was correct. I rewatched all the videos, studied all of Daniel's configurations and coils, poring over the schematics for days and days, and then it hit me. I knew where I went wrong. In my previous video, I was using what I refer to as the hybrid method, a hybrid open-closed circuit method of induction for the coil, basically using one channel as an input and the other channel as an output. Very simple yet elegant, I thought. You have to understand, I started this project out of a desire to help the world, but I wasn't an engineer. I had to learn all this stuff, literally teach myself everything about Daniel's work and other researchers who were looking into these coils. In other words, I was not qualified for the job, but I was determined to succeed, nonetheless. Hell, I didn't see anyone else looking into it, and I felt it was my responsibility to at least confirm or debunk the rumors about the ABHA coil. It wasn't anything logical that drove me, but instinct. Something in my gut said that this was worth looking into, and it turns out, I was right. While doing a live stream on Over Unity, I found an old live stream recording of Daniel Nunes of One Stop Energies.
The technologies are there available for viewing online, and it's possible to find those videos to reassure yourself that it is possible. So, these are all things that when expanded upon can really affect our global situation with energy, and nobody has to be suffering in the darkness anymore. So, with your support, we can continue forward and continue developing these understandings and distributing them to the general public so that people can replicate and implement these technologies for themselves. That's really the only way that we're going to see a change within a reasonable amount of time, is if other people get involved, get enthused, and spread the word.
In this video, I realized our mistake. You see, I wasn't following Daniel's open circuit. I was using the closed circuit because I had previously not seen any results with the open circuit method shown here on the right. There was two reasons for this. On top of this oversight, I was measuring the current completely wrong. I was measuring it in parallel, just like the voltage measurement. When measuring voltage, you measure the difference between the positive and negative to see the full potential. Current is measured differently, and I found this out the hard way. Suffice it to say, we are measuring it correctly this time, and I corrected my two mistakes. So, just what were those two mistakes? The first one was that I was not using an HV capacitor as listed as optional in the diagram here. The second and more important mistake was that I was not matching the load correctly with the rest of the system. With an LC circuit, like we have here, you want the capacitor and the inductor to be in harmony. The resonance is a balance of energy between the inductor and capacitor, allowing the two to work together and not against one another. The key difference between traditional LC circuits and the Nunez method is that we are attempting to get the load in resonance with the first two parts as well.
Okay guys, this is big. This is very, very big. Alright, this is a complete and total confirmation of the voltage we're getting. Okay, check this out. Got 210 Hertz sine waveform into our Mark I coil. Going to the stereo amp board. It's going to the coil. The coil is going to a 2000 HV cap, 0.15 unifarad. And that is going to a breadboard. All that's just disconnected. Just pay attention to these neons right here. So turn this up. Check this out. Listen for the hum. Oh? Oh? Ah?
There was a moment when I almost gave up. After months of testing, refining, and pushing the limits of what I thought possible, I found myself staring at failure. My 0-point energy solved ? Video was riddled with mistakes, miscalculations, and faulty assumptions. But buried within there was something real, something worth pursuing. Yet, doubt crept in. Was I just chasing a ghost? Then everything changed. I had founded the Fringe think tank, a group of relentless minds each determined to crack the code of free energy. Amazing YouTube scientists like Nathan from Old Man Builds joined forces, bringing new insights, fresh perspectives, and unshakable resolve. But the real turning point came when Michelle found my video.
And I saw that, and I loved what I was seeing, and I loved the geometry of the coil, and I could see the similarities with the Rodin coil. And I think the one, I think it was actually the PoE coil or the slash Hubbard coil that you were showing in your guide. And yeah, and it wasn't so long ago, really. It was, we're talking a few months ago or something, I got into it.
So that's really a delight to have you here for all the missing pieces of the puzzle, honestly.
Well, Ben, I mean, you got me motivated into looking into this, because you know, if I never came across your guide, I wouldn't be here actually today, just showing you my progress. So it's credits to you again, Ben, because you've been motivating a lot of people looking into that stuff. And interestingly enough, we're still making discoveries. Like even this little 432 PoE coil is super efficient for a 3-watt light.
Michel Morel saw past the errors and recognized the core of what I was trying to achieve. He reached out not to criticize, but to collaborate. That moment marked the beginning of a partnership that would redefine everything. Michel Morel took the concept further, developing a modified Joule Thief circuit, a breakthrough that allowed us to effortlessly tune our coils into resonance. From that, I adapted and evolved the system into what it is today, the Lightning Thief. More than just a device, it became the key to unlocking something bigger, a practical, affordable, off-the-grid energy solution. The results have been staggering. This is energy recycling. 15.5 hours of continuous power compared to just 2.5 hours off of a standard inverter. While this traditional inverter already maxes out at 88.5% efficiency, we're breaking every limit with my Vortex Coil system. This standard DC to AC inverter will only run for 2.5 hours on 12.2 watt-hours of energy. But my system provides energy for a whopping 15.5 hours off of the same 12.2 watt-hours. That's over 6 times more efficient. Not only that, the system will keep powering my lights well past 12 volts on the battery. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a new industrial revolution. While my traditional inverter which is operating at 88.5% efficiency, can only power my 40-watt panel at 6.5% brightness for only 3.5 hours, my system uses the same 12.2 watt-hours and keeps the lights running for over 15 hours and beyond. While the inverter only stops at 12 volts, my system keeps going, pulling energy from somewhere we can't still fully quantify. And yet, this is only the beginning. I set out to create something that anyone could access. No patents, no corporate interference, just open source technology for people. Now, I'm working on making coil kits available so that even those without the means to build can experiment, innovate, and take this even further. This isn't just a redemption story. This is the start of a new industrial revolution. I call it energy recycling, and we're just getting started. So how does energy recycling actually work? It starts with something called negative electricity. What is negative electricity, you ask? Negative electricity, sometimes called back EMF or cold electricity, is the current generated by a collapsing electromagnetic field created by the coil when it's pulsing. Every time that coil field collapses, it generates electricity that most electrical engineers will ground out and regard as background noise that is unwanted. Back EMF can be destructive and unpredictable when you don't have your system in resonance. This is because Lenz's law states that any collapsing electromagnetic field will generate current that opposes the current which created it. Meaning, in the conductor that makes the coil, we have a ton of extra energy from the vacuum ready to be collected. So how do we collect this back EMF? Well, right now, the two waves are creating destructive interference. What we need is constructive interference. By forcing the energy in both directions, when in resonance, you create a standing wave of energy. This makes two counter-rotating electromagnetic fields that are condensed and compressed on top of each other in such a way that establishes a 0 point on the equatorial plane between them. By fine-tuning the frequency of the AC signal going into the coil, we can use that back EMF and, analogous to a surfer, ride that original wave all the way back to the source instead of fighting against the current. By creating this constructive interference between the back EMF and the hot energy, we can theoretically obtain efficiencies beyond a COP of 1, without breaking any known laws of physics. Remember, by closing yourself off to this back EMF, you're making a closed system. The system I have here is an open system. That means the lightning thief is not ignoring the reaction from the vacuum. It is taking advantage of it. To nature, this field collapse represents instability, and the universe always strives for balance. In this way, it is not free energy. It is a mutual exchange from the vacuum. We can more accurately label this type of method of back EMF capture as energy recycling. As noted by many respectable scientists, such as Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, by creating an instability in your system, nature pushes back and tries to stabilize it by giving you more to work with. It really is just that stupidly simple. Imagine pushing someone on a swing.
But then he breaks it down. He says you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to Pushing a swing, if you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used.
For those of you who doubted me, I can assure you, this time I made sure every wire, every setting, and every measurement was correct. I wasn't going to let doubt win. I refused to let the big name YouTubers who ignored me prove me wrong. They are absolutely not right. Overunity is possible. Nature does it all the time. You always get extra energy back in one form or another when you provide a system with an instability. A swing has gravity to push it back and find that equilibrium. My lightning thief device uses back EMF capture and recycles that extra energy instead of dumping it. Plenty of people have gotten overunity with these types of systems. There's nothing new under the sun here. It was my time to prove to the world that energy gains are not only possible, but quite frankly easy to achieve. I was not going to let the naysayers win. Not today. Today, I'm a schmuck no more. This time, we finally have solid evidence to back it up. But don't just take my word for it. Put it to the test. Challenge yourself. Challenge me. Build this coil system exactly as I've shown you. Run the experiments and prove me wrong. I dare you. I double dog dare you. So here we are, once again, on the edge of the unknown. This time, though, we are finally on track to actually presenting these energy solutions to a world that desperately needs them. Practical and easy solutions to real energy issues. Do-it-yourself energy recycling. The next industrial revolution. This is the energy of the future, and you are powering it. Imagine a world where energy is infinite, where the power to fuel our lives doesn't come from burning the past, but from harnessing the future. This is the breakthrough that changes everything. 0 point energy, the power of the universe itself. So, has 0 point energy been solved? I'll leave that up for you to decide. For now, I'm going to continue to push my applications of this coil to the absolute limit. Phase 2 testing is underway and entails prepping an off-the-grid system for maximum efficiency, and Phase 3, a self-powered scooter. We'll see just how far I can push this system. Until next time, stay tuned to Beneficence TV. I'm the Benefactor. Thank you, and God bless. We're going to spin this little neodymium magnet, and we're going to monitor the wattage. I'm going to turn it up. Check this out. I'm going to turn it on. I'm turning it up. Look at the watt consumption. 24 watts. Okay. Now watch this. We're going to put the neodymium magnet in there, spin it up, increase the frequency. Wow. And it goes back up, 24. We saved 10 watts of power by spinning this thing. Holy crap. If this content inspires you, and you want to help support this channel in spreading revolutionary ideas, consider joining my Patreon or YouTube memberships for exclusive content and behind-the-scenes access. Your support keeps this mission alive.
Have you heard about this benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like what? Bro, that's some deep shit.
In a basement lab alone with my mind, straight on theories they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the crowd I'm still a castaway. Alienated from the aims of added nature in disguise, ideas ahead of time dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy, changing the system but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking love 0 point, the points lost on them. Capital structures crumbling from the same old stem. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploding vapor, unnerving justice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise, but they call me foolish, why teach and boys? Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world we can't deploy, changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome back to the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. Good to have everybody here. We're going to be doing an extended mini lab today where we'll be testing a lot of interesting stuff and getting a lot of work done that I have been meaning to but haven't had the time. And as always, it's interactive. I invited a lot of different team members. Maybe some people might show up, maybe they won't. If so, you might see somebody, jump in and out during this live stream, in which case I'll try to bring them up on the screen. Otherwise, you can interact with the chat and input suggestions and help along with our research today in 0 point energy. So, what we're doing is recycling energy. Today we're going to be talking about something shockingly cool, and I'm going to teach you how to steal energy back from the universe and not get electrocuted. It's called energy recycling, but not the kind where you separate your glass bottles from your pizza boxes. No, we're talking about stealing energy back from the universe itself. Now, before you start thinking, is this one of those free energy scams? Let me stop you right there. This isn't magic, it's not perpetual motion, and it's definitely not breaking any laws of physics. In fact, it's all about working smarter, not harder, with the laws of thermodynamics as our best friends, not violating them. Just a quick warning, please do not do these experiments unless you are a trained professional or are with a trained professional. This coil has been known to output extremely high voltage under the right circumstances. My videos and tutorials serve as a documentation of my work and establishes a way for researchers and engineers to try and replicate my results. Please be safe and don't do these experiments if you are unsure of your abilities to do these experiments in a safe, controlled environment. And that is highly, highly recommended or emphasized there. Please do not do these experiments if you feel that you cannot do them in a safe, controlled way. Another quick reminder, no patents allowed for these devices. They are all in the public domain, meaning they're public domain dedicated. The following technologies are hereby dedicated to the public domain under the CC 1.0 Universal License. The Lightning Thief, which is a modified Joule Thief circuit made by Michel Morel. The Green Machine Pulse Motor. The Lumen Lamp with swappable coils. That one was also designed by Michel. the resonance relay extension wire, which is a high extension wire with a high-speed UF4007 diode. I am using a 2.0, a different high-speed diode now, that actually works a little bit better, and I might disclose that a little bit in a little bit more detail. I have the name of it, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it is a very, very high fast switching diode, and it was a little bit more expensive, but I have a heat sink on it and everything, and it seems to work really well. So we're using the 2.0, not the 1.0, which is the UF4007. Just keep that in mind. Another device that is under the public domain and cannot be patented is the Paradox box. All these names are in development, by the way. They're not going to be the final names because I believe some of these names are already taken. I think the lumen lamp already exists, so we're going to have to come up with some creative workarounds to rename some of these products. But they cannot be patented. The Paradox box, which is a north-to-north glued magnet with a bifilar coil wrapped around, is also under that public domain dedication. BeneficenceTV Vortex coils, so any Vortex coils that we put out, any of our designs, we do have some in the works. We also have Michel's Fusion coil and Caduceus coil. These are the two swappable coils as of right now that you can use with the lumen lamp. And you can see the Lightning Thief devices are in the middle, right below the coil. And then the green machine, this one's not green, but the green machine pulse motor system is sitting in front. And here you see the lumen lamp on the left. And here on the right you see a working prototype of the micro vortex coil that's going to go inside the green machine pulse motor system. As of right now, we haven't found a way to fully tune it, but it does work. It's just not tuned in yet. We need to find that correct resonance because it's a lot smaller than the coils I'm working with. It's going to be a little bit trickier. You're going to have to modify the Jewel Thief a little bit, but that's why the Jewel Thief is easily modifiable. You can open it up and you can swap out the components when you get your device, when it goes commercial, or the prototypes that I'll be sending out. You can open it up if you blow a transistor or you want to try a different transistor. You know, you can easily swap out those components with the screw terminals that I have soldered on the board here. I'll show you. This is the PCB board that Michel threw together for the Lightning Thief device. As you can see, it has an open circuit and a closed circuit. Yep, right there, open and closed circuit output for the load. So there's two separate outputs that you can choose from, and we're going to have a toggle switch and all that good stuff I'll show you in a little bit during our lab. There's just a couple of things I wanted to go over first. Now, by placing these works in the public domain, we affirm that anyone is free to use, modify, distribute, and improve upon these designs and technologies without restriction. I need to emphasize that. Let me repeat that because it's very important for you to understand. By placing these works in the public domain, we affirm that anyone is free to use, modify, distribute, and improve upon these technologies without restriction. That means you don't have to come to me for permission. This is open competition, ladies and gentlemen. I want people to develop these for your own purposes. I want people to input their own valuable insights into these technologies so that they can get developed faster. That's the only way we're going to see. Daniel was right. That's the only way we're going to see this technology make a difference in our lives in a reasonable time frame, is if everybody gets involved, enthused, if everybody inputs their own unique twist on these designs to utilize them for their own purposes. That's how we're going to advance these technologies the fastest. So we cannot restrict them. Now, that's different than, we'll get into endorsement in a second. That's different than endorsing. Okay, so no patents, trademarks, or exclusive rights may be claimed on these designs. So if you have a modified version or an improvement, You can't patent it. You can sell it if you want. You can get it out there. You can show me. Fine. You know, like, I'd love to see it. Honestly, like, I like to see what all you guys are capable of doing with the systems that I'm working with. But you don't need my permission to do this. These innovations are meant to remain open source and freely available to benefit everyone. That's the whole point. We want to inspire people to actually get involved without restrictions. So no patents allowed, ladies and gentlemen. That's the only restriction. No patents are allowed. Any attempt to patent or restrict the use of this work is against the spirit of open innovation, and it will be publicly challenged by everybody involved. So just think about that. All right, that's the only restriction, no patents. Other than that, have fun. Regarding endorsements, though, you are allowed to improve upon my designs for the Lightning Thief and other designs that I'm working on. However, you shall not explicitly state that I have endorsed an improvement without my specific approval. The benefactor's seal of disapproval must be awarded by merit. That means you have to come to me for the endorsement. And it's not like I'm not willing to endorse. Obviously, I am willing to endorse I just want to see it first. I want to see what you got and what's going on with it before you get my endorsement on the product, and then I can start promoting it for you. And that's how this works. So we're going to go and take a look at a quick intro video that kind of goes into some of the recent developments of the system. And then I'll do a quick, very, very quick recap / lecture on some of the theory behind the system before we jump into our actual lab. Because this is important for people who are just joining us. They're not just seeing me up there, you know, with my back to the camera doing something, you know, what the hell is this guy doing? We want to lay a foundation for people who are just joining us. So I know some of you have heard this information over and over again, but repetition is key, and I will repeat myself over and over again until everybody understands how these systems work, how you build them, what the mistakes are that I made that you can avoid. That's all I'm trying to do here. All right, so we're going to load this. You might have heard a Joule Thief circuit hum to you before, but have you ever heard a Joule Thief circuit actually sing to you? So I'm going to pause it real quick and read the chat that I forgot to read. Wazio says, you can't measure any frequency using AC on a digital multimeter, especially with different types of waveforms. Yeah, so and even measuring, you know, the back EMF or the recycled energy, it's been challenging, but we do have a couple of interesting methods that Michelle recommended and Mike does recommended, and hopefully we can get that actual measurement tonight or today in our lab. So yeah, but suffice it to say, it has been challenging to measure this energy and get a correct coefficient of performance for our system. But I'm hoping that today, with the help of you guys and in collaboration with everybody, we will be able to nail that in the bud. This is energy recycling. 15.5 hours of continuous power compared to just 2.5 hours off of a standard inverter. While this traditional inverter already maxes out at 88.5% efficiency, we're breaking every limit with my Vortex Coil system. This standard DC to AC inverter will only run for 2.5 hours on 12.2 watt hours of energy. But my system provides energy for a whopping 15.5 hours off of the same 12.2 watt hours. That's over 6 times more efficient. Not only that, this system will keep powering my lights well past 12 volts on the battery. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a new industrial revolution. This is the energy of the future, and you are powering it. Imagine a world where energy is infinite, where the power to fuel our lives doesn't come from burning the past, but from harnessing the future. This is the breakthrough that changes everything. 0-point energy, the power of the universe itself, unlocked, and you are the reason it is possible. While the world sleeps, you're awake. While others talk, we are building. This isn't just technology, it's a revolution. And it's happening right now, powered by you. So thank you so much for joining me here on Beneficence TV and supporting our goals in open sourcing 0-point energy technology and disseminating all forms of forbidden knowledge.
Changing the system, treat it like a toy.
Yes, I really appreciate you guys for tuning in, and honestly, I can't do this by myself. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all the help from generous people out in there in the chat land, and from the team and the Fringe team and all you lovely people. This is a team effort. This is not something I'm doing by myself. You know, it was at first, and that's why I was kind of struggling. But now I kind of have my bearings because everybody is like inputting their very vital insights, and we're kind of forming these conclusions together and helping to, you know, challenge the mainstream notion that, you know, energy is scarce. It's not. Like as Daniel said, you know, nobody has to be suffering in the darkness anymore. I just ran my, you know, system for 40 hours. I ran it down from 12.8 volts on the battery all the way to 11.32 volts on the battery, and could keep going. But yeah, that was like almost 40 hours. And an inverter, if it was able to even power it at that low voltage, based on how long it lasted, 3.5 hours off of 12.2 watt hours, no, about 10 hours. It would last about 10 hours. And my system is lasting 40 hours, so it's about 4 times. And we got it to slightly reduce the drain on the battery, so we slightly increased the efficiency by adding another resonance relay to the dual thieves. So we're running the dual thieves setup, and we got a resonance relay on the output of both being fed into the light rails. So that is, it brought it down to from 4 millivolts per hour. So this is the comparison, and this will kind of give you a better visual of some of you who are working with you know, some of these systems. The 12 volt 20 amp hour battery I have, it will drain 4 millivolts per hour for this system. Compare that to 18 millivolts per hour for the inverter. Okay, so that's the drainage on the battery. And yeah, for the inverter, it doesn't seem to be a you know, a stable linear decay for most of the battery, or for a lot of the good portion of the battery it is, like the 12.8, 9, and that first portion, that's good, but you know, it soon decays fast when it gets, you know, low on the battery. Whereas my system, it's just stable, it's linear, it doesn't blink. It's, you know, 4 millivolts consistently. And then we added that second resonance relay while, you know, utilizing the dual thief setup instead of just using one lightning thief device, and we brought that down to 3.7 millivolts per hour. So it wasn't a lot, but it was a noticeable difference, and it didn't affect the lighting at all, the brightness or anything like that. So these systems are very efficient. Again, the inverter it maxes out at 88.5% efficiency. So with the resistors attached, yeah, you're losing a little bit of efficiency. I can't imagine it being any more than like 85, 86, you know. But at the same time, you know, we're 4 times or more efficient than that. which, by any mathematical calculation you can apply to the situation without knowing the full, the full missing pieces to the puzzle, without knowing the full picture, without knowing the actual current, that is indicative that we're at least like 99, 100% efficient, if not more. So we definitely need to spend today and try to get that current measurement and factor in the voltage and see if we can get the COP of the system once and for all. We did measure the dual thief output briefly on the last live stream, but we didn't have time to go into it very much. I had like 30 minutes. I was very pressured on time, so I missed a lot. I made some mistakes. So today we have the whole day to do this. And now we're going to talk a little bit about what is going on here. So the problem is wasted energy. That's the main problem that we're trying to deal with. When you're trying to push someone on a swing and they keep swinging back at you, with gravity, that's kind of what happens in electrical systems. When you pulse a coil, it creates a magnetic field, and when that field collapses, it throws energy back at you. We call this back EMF, or back electromotive force. Most engineers see this as a nuisance, though. They see back EMF as the annoying little sibling and just ground him out. But what if I told you that that energy isn't trash? It's actually treasure. The solution here is to ride the wave, okay? Instead of fighting the back EMF, we're going to surf it by tuning our system into resonance. Think of it as finding the perfect rhythm. We can align the back EMF with the original forward energy wave. When these two waves meet, they don't cancel each other out. They don't produce destructive interference. They boost each other up. It's called constructive interference. And it's like turning your annoying little sibling into your mascot. So open systems are nature's energy exchange. Now, here's where it gets really cool. Our system isn't closed off, it's open, meaning it's in constant conversation with the universe. When we create a little instability, like that collapsing magnetic field, nature steps in and says, hey, let me help you balance that out a bit. And guess what? It gives us more energy to work with. This isn't free, it's a mutual exchange. Think of it like borrowing a cup of sugar from your neighbor, except the neighbor is the fabric of space-time. But wait, does this break any laws of physics? Nope. We're not actually breaking any rules here. We're just playing the game better. The first law of thermodynamics says energy cannot be created nor destroyed, and we're not creating anything. We're just capturing energy that's already there. The second law says entropy always increases, and so far I'm not aware we're actually reversing that at this time. We're just making the system more efficient, and it's analogous to turning your cluttered garage into a well-organized workshop. Your energy flow will be pristine. So in a way, this coil design is the feng shui of electrical engineering. The big idea here is energy recycling. So what are we really doing here? Well, we're recycling energy. Instead of letting that back EMF go to waste, we're capturing it, tuning it, and using it to do more work. It's like turning your leftovers into a gourmet meal. And the best part, this isn't science fiction, it's science fact. My mini lab today will show you exactly how this works in action, and you'll get to participate and interact with the mini lab via the chat. So let's get hands-on. Now that you've got the basics, it's time to see this in action. In today's mini lab, you'll get to see a pulsed coil and watch the back EMF in action via measurements that we'll be taking. We're going to tune the system into resonance using the Lightning Thief device, and see the magic of constructive interference play to practical effect. We're going to measure the results and see how much energy we can actually recycle. So grab your tools, put on your thinking caps, and let's go steal some energy from the universe. Shh. Remember, science isn't about accepting what's already known. It's about exploring what's possible. So let's get curious here. Let's get creative. And let's see where this takes us. Are you guys ready? We're going to go to a quick intermission, and then I'll set up for the mini lab. So as you know, we go to a quick intermission that gives me some time to set up the camera for the mini lab. And specific tests that we'll be doing today, I'm looking to measure the current and voltage for both the Lightning Thief output and the lumen lamp with the 0.6 watt LED and Charmander resistor. So that's my resistor, not Michelle's MJL21194. Yeah, I'm using the MJE13009. I don't like to memorize all those, so I just call them Charmander and Squirtle. So I'm using the Charmander transistor with the lumen lamp. We're going to measure the efficiency, because when Michelle measured it, he was only getting about 70% efficiency, I think he said. It was like 50 to 70%. He said it was terrible. So, and we absolutely know, because it's using the same circuit as the Lightning Thief, we know that that can be tuned. And I have a feeling it's because the load needs to be tuned with everything else. We can't just slap any light bulb onto it. We need the proper light source. And perhaps the 0.6 watt LED light bulb may be the one that we need, because as you've known from, if you've been following my research from previous live streams, I've demonstrated that the 0.6 watt LED is the only one that actually sings to you. Now, you know, Jewel Thief circuits sing, right? They hum. But the circuit itself hums from the transistor. This hums from the light source. Now, that is a strong indication that that's in resonance. The light source is in resonance with the whole system. And we did actually notice a efficiency increase when I attached that light source as well. So, with that information we have, we're going to test the 0.6 watt LED with the same circuit on the lumen lamp. Again, the lumen lamp is using the same circuit as the Lightning Thief. And we're going to see, you know, what the efficiency is. Maybe we'll get some kind of different reading than Michelle did. We are also going to try to close the loop with the Lightning Thief device once again. You know, just mess around with it a little bit, see if we can get a little bit of that extra energy from the Dual Thief, the secondary pickup coil, to go back into the battery. We will also, if we have time, try to get footage of the 30 watt reduction using the neodymium sphere using the Green Machine pulse motor system. So previously, I did get a 30 watt reduction. I lost that somewhere in the hundreds of hours of video footage I have. I can't find it. If anybody has access to that or knows exactly where that is, it's somewhere in my archives on my channel. But I can't find it, so we're just going to replicate the test. This is the easy. I'm not going to spend hours looking for something that I can just re-record. So we're going to do the test again. We're going to attempt to reduce the input wattage by 30 watts. And that's a huge reduction in wattage. Ladies and gentlemen, reducing your input consumption requirement by 30 watts is no fucking joke, okay? That's serious. 10 watts is good. Yeah, 10 watts is good, but 30 watts? That's really impressive in my, like, I'm telling you, I almost shit myself when I saw those readings. I was like, what the fuck? What is going on here? But we understand now. Based on the science, it makes sense. But we need to replicate that so we have footage of that, because that's very, very cool to see, you know, it go down from, what was it? It was like 42 watts, and then it went all the way down to 12 or 14 or something like that. I was like, what the hell? And we're also going to test the Paradox box. So that's the north-north glued bifilar coil. Seems to have some interesting effects with the using in tandem with the rest of the devices. This is the Green Machine pulse motor system. There we go. So the screen isn't actually programmed. It works, but it's not programmed yet. So I'm not a programmer. I have to use ChatGPT to help me, and we haven't actually gotten it to work yet with the LCD screen, unfortunately. So I might need to reach out to someone for assistance when I have time for that. But that's going to be long down the line. The Green Machine Pulse Motor System is not the first system that I want to push out. I want to push out the Lightning Thief device so you all have access to that as soon as possible, really. And it's really up to like how much resources I have at my disposal, which is not a lot. We're on a shoestring budget here. So let's go to the intermission so I can get set up for our interactive mini lab. So it's time to get pumped, people. We're working with 0 point energy now.
My fellow Americans, I want to talk to you about something that has been a topic of much debate and unfortunately too much misinformation. For decades, we've been told that our future depends on scarcity, that our energy needs are limited and must come from a select few sources, many of which are polluting and inefficient. But I'm here to tell you, it's time for us to rethink the very foundation of how we view energy. The idea of free energy devices has long been dismissed as fringe or in some cases outright conspiratorial. But it's important to recognize that this is not a new idea, nor is it a pipe dream. It's a scientific possibility that many credible thinkers, including Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, have been trying to bring to light for years. You might not have heard about it in mainstream circles, but those who have looked into it, real scientists, real engineers, are showing us that we can tap into an energy source we've barely scratched the surface of. The vacuum. Yes, the vacuum of space itself, a limitless field of energy that, like Nikola Tesla once envisioned, could power our world without the need for fossil fuels, without the need for waste, without the need to pay for energy at all. It sounds like science fiction, but it's grounded in real, proven science. And yet, for far too long, it has been suppressed. This isn't just about new technology or gadgets. It's about a revolution, a true industrial revolution that could lift us into a future of abundance, a future where energy is not controlled by a few, but accessible to all. That's why I'm asking you to start rethinking what we've been told. We're no longer calling it free energy. We're calling it energy recycling, because that's what it is. It's harnessing the natural forces that are all around us and making them work for us. I know it may sound radical, but it's time we ask ourselves why this hasn't been part of the conversation until now. Why have those with the power to make a real change in our energy systems continued to push for scarcity instead of abundance? Why has this potential been buried in favor of systems that benefit a few at the expense of many? I believe it's time we change the narrative. We have the knowledge, we have the tools. This is not just about science. This is about our future. The energy revolution is here. It's time we embrace it. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America.
Have you heard about this benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like what? Bro, that's some deep shit. But then he breaks it down. He says you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to pushing a swing. If you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used. I don't know, man. Either this guy is onto something or he's the most poetic bullshitter of all time.
Well, if he's legit, why isn't he all over the news? I haven't heard anything from him on X, formerly Twitter. He hasn't said anything bad about me on X. So, you know, I didn't ban him or anything. Look, I'm not the monster my therapist says I am. I mean, sure, I've spent millions of dollars training to beat a kangaroo in a fist fight, but that doesn't mean I'm dangerous. It just means I get shit done.
That's the real question, man. But here's the craziest part. I looked into him, and he's not selling anything. He open sources all of it. That's the real question, man. Either the system doesn't want to hear it, or we're about to find out if this guy disappears in the middle of the night.
Dude, that's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. That means if he's telling the truth, anybody could build this in their garage. You know what I say? Go fuck yourself, benefactor.
Nope, no patents, no paywalls, just straight up, here, take it, see for yourself. Like, what kind of madman does that? Usually people either try to cash in or they get shut down before they can say a word. But this guy, he's out there on live streams showing people exactly how to replicate it.
I mean, if you want to try to take on my Tesla tech, how dare you put out better technology that is cheaper and safer? Go fuck yourself.
That's the thing, man. If it's real and people start building it, that's a game changer. We're talking about completely shifting how we think about energy. But also, if it's real, you got to wonder how long before somebody tries to stop him.
Or maybe we can think of it like how long before his Tesla mysteriously malfunctions.
Exactly. You ever notice how every time someone gets too close to this kind of stuff, they either disappear, get discredited, or somehow have a tragic accident? But this guy's going full transparency mode. He's putting it all out there where everyone can see it. Maybe that's his strategy. If enough people know, it can't just get buried.
Holy shit, this might be one of those moments, you know, like we look back and say that was the start of something huge.
Can't you hear his voice?
So now we're searching for the magic frequency, and we start with 100 Hertz, and we look through the microscope to see if anything is happening. We watch for 5 minutes. Nothing happens. We try hundreds and hundreds of frequencies, if not thousands, until we find the magic combination. Because we believe there just had to be a better way. There had to be a better way. And we think we may have found it. The vibration grows larger and larger and larger until the glass is shattered. On the other end of the scale, we have a giant bridge made out of concrete and steel. A suspension bridge where cars and trucks are going over it every day. And unfortunately, where they build this bridge, there was a steady wind blowing across it. And one day this wind induces a small vibration in the bridge, hardly noticeable. but the frequency of the vibration matches some part of the bridge. And the vibration gets larger and larger and larger until the bridge collapses into the river below. A destructive resonant frequency. So on one end of the scale we have the giant concrete and steel bridge that was destroyed by resonance, and on the other we have a small crystal glass, shattered. So maybe we could shatter something even smaller, something really small, something you would need a microscope to see. Maybe we could shatter a living microorganism. So maybe we could change biological living liquid crystal with a special electronic signal. But in order to do that, we would need some kind of device. It's called the Resonant Frequency Therapy Device, and its purpose is to induce a resonant vibration in the living organism or cell. If I put in, say, 100 hertz, out will come 100 pulses per second. If I put in 200 hertz, I'll get 200 pulses. Now, we're searching for the magic frequency, and we start with 100 hertz. We look through the microscope to see if anything is happening, and we watch for 5 minutes. Nothing happens. So we try 101 hertz. We look through the scope for 5 minutes, and nothing happens. So we try 102, 103, and so on. Over the course of 15 months, we try hundreds and hundreds of frequencies, if not thousands, until we find the magic combination. The answer is you have to have 2 input frequencies, one low, one high, and the higher frequency must be 11 times the lower. It's what the musicians would call the 11th harmonic. And when we add the 11th harmonic, we begin to shatter microorganisms like a crystal glass. These are the first videos taken. We show these videos to our friends in the biology department. They said they hadn't seen anything quite like it. It seems to be a new phenomenon. These organisms are being shattered by our electronic signals. We now know that cancer is vulnerable between the frequencies of 100,000 and 300,000 hertz. So now we attack leukemia cells. Leukemia cell number 1 tries to grow a copy of itself, but the new cell is shattered into dozens of fragments and scattered across the slide. Leukemia cell number 2 then hyperinflates and also dies. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration.
For more videos on consciousness, zero-point energy, and other forms of forbidden knowledge, like and subscribe to my YouTube and TikTok channels.
In basic lab alone with my mind, scribble theories they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the crowd I'm still a castaway. Alienated from the aims of added nature in disguise, ideas ahead of time dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy, changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talk to love 0 point, the points lost on them. Capital structures crumbling from the same old sim. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited vapor, unnerving justice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise, but they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy, changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? friends in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brains is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
Alright, welcome to the Interactive Mini Lab, everybody. There we go. I'm the benefactor. I'm going to be going over some procedures for the Lightning Thief. We're going to be trying to measure the current, messing around with the paradox box, and seeing if we can measure the current and voltage for the lumen lamp as well, and maybe a little bit later get into the pulse motor system. I am missing my left hand glove. Yes, I'm left-handed, and I'm missing my glove. But we will move on, because the show must go on. Well, I've never seen it at 13 volts before. I've charged this thing for a long time, and it appears draining the battery more like I did, because I never drain it past 12 volts. We drained it last night to 11.32 volts, and now it charged better. I could never get it to charge past like 12.8. Now the system is plugged in, everything is running, and it's at 13 effing volts on the battery. So I don't know if it's reconditioning the battery or what. It might be reconditioning the battery.
The circuits are sparking, can you hear it? Charge to unveil. Nathan's working through the stormy night, defying physics, unlocking light. In a world fueled by power unseen, high voltage dreams, they reclaim the scene. We fly high and we soar above, finding energy, push and shove. With gravity waves, we'll break the chains. In Nathan's realm, we fuse the flames. Reverse engineer, the gravity flyer hums beyond the fringes where knowledge.
Alright, so right now we have the dual thief set up. I'm going to unhook everything and just show you how the single lightning thief operates, and then we're going to make our current measurements from there.
Energy, truth unveiled. In a world where nothing ever failed. Through the sparks and wires we ascend. Nathan's wisdom to the end. We fly high and we soar above, finding energy, push and shove. With gravity waves, we'll break the chains. In Nathan's realm, we fuse the flames.
Okay, so right now we have all 4 leads hooked up into the Lightning Thief PCB. We have the output negative is not hooked up. The output positive is hooked up straight to the battery. I'm sorry, the input. The input to the PCB is hooked up straight to the battery, the positive, but the negative is not hooked up to the battery. The return path is directly from the light source. So what we have is a direct path jumper from the positive rail. Is it the positive? Let me double check. No, the negative rail on the light source, and then that goes directly to the battery, negative, the ground. So that acts as a return path, and we don't even need the negative for the input. Actually works a little bit better like without it disconnected. So, and we have to modify the schematics to adjust that as well, but I haven't had time to. So what we have here is this one doesn't have a potentiometer, because what I did was I know the resonance of the system, and I know the resistance that I need, and I replaced it with the matching resistance. So what you can do with the Lightning Thief is when you get your Lightning Thief device, you'll see here on the bottom there are 2 banana plugs, and you can plug in those banana plugs while the system is disconnected. Remember, you have to disconnect it from the battery and everything. And when you find that resonance with your potentiometer, when you tune it in, you disconnect everything and you plug in your jumpers, your banana cables, for your multimeter, and that's how you get your resistance. You open it up and you replace the potentiometer with that resistance, the equivalent in resistance. So you basically just plug it in like you would the potentiometer in the same place in the circuit. and you replace it with a resistor, and there you go. It's always in tune. And that's where we are with this one right here. And as you can see, we have two 0.6 watt LEDs and the 40 watt panel, which is about 6.5% bright. We're going to do some measurements now. Now, we need to take the output and hook it up to a 1 ohm resistor, and then hook up our oscilloscope, and then measure the VRMS. And that's what Michelle said would be the current. So if we get 1 volt VRMS, that means we get 1 milliamp. So it's interesting, immediately without the dual thief, we went down really fast to 12.95, and that's where it stabilized at, not 13. So it does appear that the dual thief is extending the lifespan of the system. And what we did was just feed the secondary right back into the power rail where the light is. So. What I'm going to do is just unhook one of the 0.6 watt LEDs, and I'm going to put the resistor there. And then I'll unhook everything and just have the resistor. So we're going to do a couple of different measurements. So let's take a look at the chat. We have Matu4PC chimes in. What is he doing? So what we're doing is demonstrating how you can recycle the back EMF, recycle the energy in your system to extend the lifespan, and even increase the efficiency beyond 100%, without violating any laws of thermodynamics. So what I'm demonstrating here is how to do that, and what we're doing specifically now is trying to get a gauge of the efficiency. We're trying, because negative electricity is kind of hard to measure. So I have a couple of recommendations on how to capture some of that current, and then factor in the extreme amount of voltage that we're getting. So we're going to hopefully get some kind of gauge on what the COP is, the coefficient of performance is for the system, once and for all, hopefully. So that's what we're aiming for. We're trying to measure the current right now. Elijah Tack says, my motionless electromagnetic generator reconditioned the battery to 12 volts from completely not showing on analog meter. Yeah, so something about utilizing the negative electricity, maybe. The energy from the vacuum, Elijah, the back EMF. Maybe it's reconditioning the battery, making it hold more of a charge. Oh, so Matu, the schematics. Here, if you scroll up in the chat, I have the phase 2 guide. You have to scroll like all the way up in the chat. I posted the link for the phase 2 guide. I'll post it again in a few minutes if you need me to, if you can't find it. But it should be in here. Let me just double check. Oh, that's top. I hate when it organizes to top chat. I need live chat. Okay, yeah, when you organize it to live chat, you should be able to scroll all the way up and see the link. It's called the Phase 2 Guide. No, I don't see it. I'm going to go post it again. because this is very important that you guys have access to that. So phase 2 guide will give you all the schematics and all the information you need to replicate these tests. It's all open source. Okay, guys, I just dropped the link in the chat again for you guys. It is called the Phase 2 Guide for our rodent coil system. It will go over everything you need to replicate this system and develop it further for your own purposes. So it has everything from these schematics and a video tutorial for the circuit, the Lightning Thief circuit, which is basically Michel's modified ABHA excitation circuit, which is a modified Joule Thief circuit. And we also, on Michel's channel, by the way, he does have everything for the lumen lamp, and I've been meaning to include that, and I just haven't had time, but I will eventually. But if you go to Michel's bench, you can get everything for the lumen lamp as well. But regarding the coils, I have tutorials in the Phase 2 guide on how to make everything from the spool, put together the frame. We have a live stream workshops where I go over everything in great detail, you know, and how you can kind of avoid some of the mistakes that I made to save you time and money. All the good stuff is there in the Phase 2 guide. So I recommend you, do a deep dive and get used to the guide, because while some things may change in it, most of the information there is going to be extremely useful for you to replicate these tests. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out, beneficencetv@gmail.com.
Futuristic vision sparks shine. Electric symphonies in the fragile trees. Now a mysteries that burst at the seams. The sound of thought now in circuits collide. Nathan and Gerald are on the skies. In the realm of the wire and magic flow, we divide what we used to know. Catch the rhythm of power set free. With myth and Joe discover infinity. Through the cosmic ways we forge our way, galactic thinkers by night and by day, charting stars of our technicolor haze, in Daniel's spark a neon blaze. Free energy secrets cradled at dawn, unlocking portals where worlds are drawn. Nathan Gerald masterminds to play, craft your future in the circuitry ballet. Feel the forces burning bright. In every turn and every rewired light. Shadows to the side, minds open wide. Fringe heroes unite, secrets can't hide. 0 point dreams, they reach for the sky. Gravity defy, ancient whispers abide. Welcome to the edge of what we know, where dreams
So, I think I might have misunderstood Michel, or maybe he wasn't clear. I think it's millivolts is, he was saying millivolts might have been analogous to milliamps, because what we're seeing is, when everything's hooked up, we're seeing exactly what I'm reading on the AC meter, which is 72 millivolts. Right? We're seeing 72 millivolts, or I'm sorry, 72 milliamps coming out of the battery's positive rail using the AC signal, right? And generally from a DC source, yeah, you wouldn't read it as AC, but since we have everything in resonance, it would make sense that we have a true AC signal because all the components are in resonance. It has to carry that resonance, that true AC signal throughout the entire system, including going back to the source. So if it knocks off that momentum just a little bit, it's gonna screw up the frequency, right? And that's the idea here, is we want all the components in resonance. This is my theory, at least. I mean, we can't prove any of this at this point, but that's my theory, because we are reading 72 milliamps coming off of the source, and then we're reading roughly the same amount coming right off of the coil. So let's factor that in. So it's at 84 right now. It's at 84 millivolts. So let's factor 84 milliamps into our voltage, and we'll get the voltage meter in a second. Or the voltage reading in a second. So let's get that voltage reading with the true RMS. All right. Oh. 1.2 volts coming off of the resistor itself, but that's not how we're going to measure the actual voltage. I was just curious. And the resistor's starting to, I smell it starting to smoke, so I disconnected it. We don't need it anymore. Yeah, it's getting hot. It's an impedance to our system. That's why all the lights go off. Because hooking up that resistor as an impedance to our system, it's causing that resonance to basically stop, a backflow or whatever. Woo! Stinks. Alright, so we're going to measure the voltage without the resistor, just with two leads coming off the rail. Is 73 DC volts. So we got 73 volts coming off. Oh, wait, 1 second, guys. Oh.
'Cause
Alright, so we're back. 73 volts, 74 volts, switching back and forth. And see, we're getting extra voltage as noted by the neon indication. Here, let me zoom in with the camera, show you guys. Oh, now we're up to 79. It might go a little bit up. It might be charging a little bit. But look. So we're powering everything. But that's extra. That's not supposed to be lit up. That means there's extra voltage coming in. It's not using it all. Okay. Alright, so we're going to do the calculations after we get the measurements from the input. But, alright. Let's see what... So Mike says, square wave does not do that unless you want to make it AC square. I wish I knew how to make AC square. There's a difference between waves and what you need to be clear on. What's be talking about? It's possible for a wave to go below 0 volts, i.e. AC as per what an audio amp will do. I'm not sure I understand the statement there, but to be fair, I'm being as clear as possible regarding what can only be summarized as theory at this point. So I'm just reading the raw numbers. Basically, that's the data that you need to be paying attention to. All the terminology and all the theory, that is subject to change and scrutiny, obviously. Alright, the battery's at 12.88 volts. So we're going from 12.88 volts to 79 volts. Okay, we're stepping it up from 12.88 volts all the way to 79 volts, along with powering all this. So it's probably a little bit more than that without all these lights on. But just keep that in mind for your calculations, because we're going to go to the calculator in a minute. I can't do it in my head. And let's get the current reading. "75 milliamps AC coming out of the battery, positive rail." It's actually stabilized at around 76. So 76 milliamps. So we're going from 12.88 volts, and we'll take the DC current reading as well. But we're going from 12.88 volts DC all the way to 79 volts DC. We're stepping it up that much. And then we're going from 76 milliamps, which kind of makes sense with the power coming from the coil and into the equipment, how much it's being powered and all that. So we're getting 76 milliamps coming from the positive rail of the battery, AC. And then we're getting 84 milliamps reading from our 1 ohm resistor. Now let's take the DC current reading as well, because we'll do both of them, because I'm kind of curious. Because normally we would be reading this as DC again. But again, this is not a conventional system, so we want to get all the data we can. I mean, normally, if it's true DC, it's not going to produce any kind of AC signal for the meter to pick up, right? So that just the fact that it's picking up an accurate reflection of the power via the AC amp clamp is kind of indicative that something unique is going on here. So just keep that in mind. We're dealing with something that is unconventional, so we have to we can't assume anything. We have to take all the data we can, get all the data points we can. So let's get the DC current. So now the current reading is a little more interesting for the DC. The current reading for the DC is reading 295 milliamps. So 0.2 amps. Interesting. So that's a little bit more. Well, actually, yeah, almost, yeah, over double the amount that we're reading with the AC current. So we're going to do those calculations. So again, we're going from this one. This is going to be 12.88 volts, stepped up to 79 volts, and then 295 milliamps, going to 84 milliamps. So if we take the DC reading and do the calculations, we're getting a little bit of a loss in the current, but we're stepping up so much voltage. Who knows? Let's do the math and find out. Oh, Mike's got to go to work. Have a good day at work, Mike. Thanks for stopping by. So, if we take the DC current reading, we're getting 3.7 watts, 3.79 to be exact, 3.79 watts coming out of the battery. We're using 3.79 watts with the DC reading. Now we're going to do the AC reading, and then we'll calculate the output. All we're doing is times in the voltage by the current, by the way. Yes, Mike, link your page. Mike has a lot of great information on Bedini circuits, and he's modified a couple of them. Okay, so 79 volts times 84 milliamps is 6.6 watts of power. And if we go by the AC current reading, which honestly, I think the DC current reading probably is more accurate. Maybe we have to factor in both of them somehow. I'm not an electrical engineer. I'm in training. So if anybody has any insights on how we properly do this, but just the raw data alone, let's go over the raw data alone, because this is very important. We did measure the current with the 1 ohm resistor, and we got 84 milliamps on the output. Okay, 12.88 volts times 0.295 milliamps. Now, I think Michelle said that reading 85 millivolts is actually smaller than milliamps, but I don't see how that's possible with us powering all this stuff. It's just not feasible that we're getting that low amount of current. And powering the 40 watt panel at 6.5% brightness and a 0.6 watt LED light bulb. So it has to be, in my opinion, 84 milliamps that we read. And if that's the case, then we're getting 6.6 watts output and 3.7 watts input. So the DC current reading was 295 milliamps. And our voltage was 12.88. That gives us 3.79 watts on the input. The output was 79 and 84 milliamps. 79 volts and 84 milliamps. That's 6.6 watts. Now, if we go just based on the AC current reading from the battery, it's only like 0.9 watts coming out of the battery. I don't think that's possible with us powering all this stuff. It seems like it might be more feasible that 3.79 watts is what's coming out of the battery. That seems, with what's being powered, yeah, that seems to be right. Now if our readings are accurate, we're getting 6.6 watts output. That's like double, which is, or almost double, which is insane. So if we divide those two numbers and times by 100, we should get a CLP. Let's try that. So that gives us a percentage of 174% efficient. And remember, to close the loop entirely, we need at least 200% efficiency, or I would probably recommend 201% just to give us a little wiggle room with any kind of inefficiencies in the system. But 174 is what the number is if you go based off of this raw data. So this is... Yeah, well, we used an oscilloscope, and if that's the correct way of measuring the current, this is what we got. I'm not really sure where we go from here regarding verifying the COP or the current measurements, but if anybody has any recommendations, I'll get in contact with Michel and I'll talk to him. But yeah, we're gonna have to interpret this and go through and do some research just to verify what's going on. 3.99 coefficient of performance is the goal, what Elijah Tack says. 4 or more, they go after you. Well, right now we're getting 1.7. A COP of 1.7 if you just go based off of this raw data. But I mean, it makes sense if you look at how long the inverter lasts. So the inverter at 88.5% efficiency, maybe like a little less, maybe like 86, 85 with the resistors because there's some heat loss there. I had to add resistors to lower the brightness of the inverter because it defaults to 100%. This system defaults to the most efficient brightness, which is 6.5% for this configuration. Okay, it was lower than that when I didn't have the resonance relay. It was like half that. Then I added the resonance relay, which boosted it almost double in brightness. So we added resistors to the inverter, and even with the resistors, it only lasted 3.5 hours for the same amount of energy that this lasted 15.5 hours. So that raw observation is lining up now with some of this data that we're seeing. Whether it's completely accurate or not, I mean, that's, like I said, it's up to you guys to, help me out and scrutinize this and see if this is the correct way of measuring the coefficient of performance. But if you just go based off of this raw data, it appears we're getting 3.79 input watts and then output of 6.6 watts. And it's not exactly 200%. You can't close the loop with that and indefinitely power the system with the lights. And again, you can't indefinitely power anything because eventually material parts wear out. So the idea of perpetual motion is kind of a slander in its own right too, along with free energy, because perpetual motion is not something that we're trying to achieve here. It's basically recycling the wasted energy that would otherwise be dumped in the system or ignored. We're trying to recycle some of that and use as much as possible with these lights, and it appears that it's working because, I ran this light system for like almost 40 hours straight, and it didn't fucking blink. It didn't go down in light or anything. It didn't stop. It kept going all the way to 11.32 volts, and we could probably run it all the way below that. Below 11 volts, where the inverter, I don't know, it probably wouldn't last much past 11.5 volts, I can imagine, because at 100% brightness, it cuts off at 12 volts. So I don't exactly know what the cutoff point for the adjusted inverter is, but I can't imagine it's going to be as long as the Joule Thief, which is designed to squeeze the battery in the first place. So we're squeezing the battery and recycling the energy. We're getting extreme amounts of efficiency. And then on top of that, we're squeezing the battery so we can get more and use more of our watt hours than most other systems. Remember, for a 12 volt, 20 amp hour battery, we're getting 240 potential watt hours. But that's assuming that we drain those volts, that 12 volts, all the way down to 0, right? That's the calculation we're going on. So in reality, we're only using a portion of the potential watt hours of that 12 volt, 20 amp hour battery. But with the Joule Thief, you're able to utilize almost all of it. Almost all of it. Not quite. Like once it gets to like 9 or something, 8 or 9 volts, it just really takes a shit and it like drops dramatically. But most of the way, it's stable like this. Completely insane. So, you know, the observations are this is way more efficient than and lasting longer than any other off-the-shelf component. It's cheaper than anything I've seen. It's easy to configure. So, I don't understand, you know, we need more eyes on this. I don't understand why more people aren't interested in this because, you know, Daniel Nunez, this isn't nothing new. This is based off of his research. We're developing and using our own components, but the principles are still the same. We're utilizing vortex energy, and we're doing it in a way that recycles the wasted energy in the system. And he did it 10 years ago. Now, his technology, his specific patents and stuff, they unfortunately, I believe, got blacklisted. Or, I'm sorry, black shelved. I believe that his technology got black shelved and he got told to take down all of his stuff. But I'm not partnering up with anybody. All of our stuff is different, and it's in the public domain. So right now, we just need more people trying to build this system and replicate it and try to verify what's going on so that we can say, yeah, we need to get this technology out here. We need to get this technology into the hands of everyday people. Because if my power goes out and I don't have any lights, this system is my lights. For the 12 volt battery, it'll last a fucking week. Okay, I don't think people understand how important that is. This 12 volt battery, if it's fully charged in an emergency, it will last like 5 fucking days for this light. I mean, come on. What more do you guys want? I don't understand. Like, people need to fucking pay attention to this, and it's unfortunate that not a lot of people are taking it seriously. I've emailed so many fucking people to try and help me get the resources to, you know, get this technology into more hands, you know, get it out there. But you know, even spreading the message is half the battle, and nobody responds to my emails. It's very unfortunate. So I did talk to Alex Hawkins. He is in a running for Congress in Michigan's 11th district, and I talked to his campaign manager and him, and they are both very interested in the technology. His campaign manager did assure me that if he gets into office, that he will be taking a look at this technology and what I have. So hopefully we can persuade more people in positions of power like Alex Hawkins will be, I'm assured, because, you know, the historical context is that there will be a blue wave, a progressive push during this next midterm, and I'm pretty confident that he will get that seat. So assuming that happens, we need more people in positions of power like that to get this technology and get eyes on this technology specifically and get the message out, because YouTube is not doing us any favors. It is not getting the message out there like we need to. It's basically shit. We've seen physical proof that the YouTube algorithm is based on raw reactionary content and not revolutionary ideas, because if it was, this technology would be all over the fucking platform. But you know, I've done my damnedest to even make it entertaining to watch my clips. And, you know, even with all the effort that I put into my video production and scripting and making this information as generalized as possible, the algorithm is not doing us any favors. It's not, we haven't been blacklisted. We're doing pretty decent compared to most other, you know, smaller channels. We're only a little over a year old, our YouTube channel, but still, it's unfortunate that the algorithm favors this reactionary bullshit. And quite honestly, you see scams advertised on the platform too. So kind of losing my faith in YouTube. And we really might have to do this in a different way. Specifically, I'm I'm trying to get into Beta Blox, and if you guys want to help contribute to my Beta Blox fund, please, you can do so with my GoFundMe, and I'll put that link in the description of this video, and I'll put it in the chat as well. But you can also do super chats. We're trying to get the funds raised to get us to Oklahoma, where they'll be filming Beta Blox, the entrepreneur competition, and hopefully even, you know, even if we don't win the competition, the $10,000 prize, we still will get a lot of eyes on this technology. And I'll be able to network in grassroots a lot with other innovators who might be interested in maybe not even just seeding my business, but maybe interested in developing the technology themselves for something they want. So as long as they don't patent it, they can't patent it, it's in the public domain, this technology will spread. It will spread out there, and we need more people building these systems. So if you have problems trying to replicate these tests, please contact me, beneficencetv@gmail.com. And the phase 2 guide is in the chat for you guys to enjoy. So go through it. Series resistor for input and output. Yeah, we put the resistor in series. Yeah, that's exactly what we did, Wazoo. We put the 1 ohm resistor in series. Oh, you're saying put the resistor in series for the input as well. Yeah, yeah, we could do that. We could do that real quick and see what the reading is. That's a good idea. I didn't even consider that. So let's do the a 1 ohm resistor attached to the input and see what the current is. It's gonna get hot, so I don't know if we're gonna be able to do it. Honestly, it might fry. Even it's a 2-watt resistor, so if we're getting 3.7 watts. It's gonna fry, and it's the only 1 ohm resistor I have, unfortunately. So I'll do it real quick and see if we can get some kind of reading, but I guarantee you it's gonna fry. And that'll be another indicator that we're actually getting 3.7 watts out. So let's try it. Why not? Gotta find where I put the resistor. Give me a moment. I just had it. It's here somewhere. So you guys, I might go to an intermission real quick so I can look for this resistor. Or, I mean, I have a couple more somewhere. I just lost them. So, yeah, give me a moment. Oh, there it is. Got it. Never mind. So we're going to do this test real quick, and then we'll go to an intermission. Sorry. Yeah, you can see it's kind of got a little bit of burn damage from the output. Because, you know, if we're getting 6.6 watts, it should be it should burn. Well, it gives us, it should have a little bit of time before it starts smoking. Let's see. All right. So we're getting around 495 millivolts to 1 millivolt. So I had it tuned in and it ended up around 1.08 volts. VRMS. So that is indicative, I think it's equivalent to 1 amp. So let's try that again, because it was shifting a little bit. So I want to try it one more time to see if we can get it to get steady, a steady reading. Oh, that's why. Oh, I had it hooked up to the wrong end. That's why. Okay. There we go. Okay. That might be better. Yeah, it's around 981 millivolts. 981 millivolts. With the 1 ohm resistor attached to the positive in series with the positive. Then we have the oscilloscope probed at the end where the positive output is attached. So we have another set of calculations to do. So let's do these calculations real quick. Oh, hold on. I'm not getting the same reading. Did it adjust? What's going on here? Was that anomalous? I don't understand. Did I have it hooked up wrong? Yeah, because now I'm only getting 76 millivolts. I might have had it hooked up wrong. Or in the wrong setting for the oscilloscope. Yeah, we're only getting 76 millivolts now. Here, I'll put it up to the camera. That's weird. Oh, what just happened? And I took the probe out because, oh, it's an impedance. See, this is the reason why it's hard to read this shit. I think the devices we're hooking up are impeding the system. So I took the probe out immediately to start humming again, and the light went a little brighter. Let me try that. Let me just make sure. That's so weird. Yep, now it's going up again. I don't understand what the hell just happened. So it was reading 76 millivolts, which is exactly what our AC reading is. And I took the probe out. The lights went on a lot brighter, or a little bit brighter. And now I hook it back up and it's jumped up. What the fuck? This is so confusing. What the hell happened? Yeah, now the VRMS is reading 1.44 volts. Wow. Okay. So this is weird. What is that? Let's take the amp clamp reading. Let's take the amp clamp reading and see what that... And we're not getting any reading with the amp clamp because we're impeding the system with the fucking 1 ohm resistor. You see that? We're not getting any reading. That's so weird. That means the fucking efficiency is probably gonna go to shit right now. Here, let me take a reading of the voltage. Let's see if it's draining faster actually. It should be, theoretically, if it's impeding the system's resonance.
test this out. .83 volts. Now we're going to remove the resistor and see if it jumps up a little bit and if it's impeding it. Let's see. Yeah, 12.86. And it's stabilizing at 12.85. Whereas with the resistor, it was down 12.83 volts. So it's consuming a little bit more energy. And it's probably going down faster as well. So it was clearly impeding our system a little bit. I'm wondering if that's why the system is acting weird. Let's try the resistor one more time before we go to a break, an intermission, where I can go to the workstation and collect my thoughts and go over the data with you guys in chat. Like, I mean, it's like I try to tell people, it's hard to measure this kind of energy. You know, you just don't understand until you work with it. It does some weird fucking shit. And nobody really understands, and that's why I'm trying to show you guys. It's like, it's doing some weird fucking shit, and it's making it hard to actually get a picture of what's going on, because I think, and this is my opinion, is that the current measurement equipment that we have, the multimeters and all that shit, is not designed to measure the negative electricity. It's not designed to measure that back EMF or get a full picture, because usually, you know, we're trained to dump it and to filter it. So working with the forward EMF and capturing the full picture, I think is going to be a little bit of a challenge. We have to work with this system a little bit to try to measure it while not at the same time impeding our system's ability to function correctly. I think that's the main problem right now, is because we have not just an LC circuit. In my opinion, it's a different kind of LC circuit where all the components are in resonance, not just the inductor, the coil, the capacitor, but the light source as well. The load is selected very carefully, and that's the problem here. I think that's the problem. Every time we try to hook up something like a resistor, it's impeding the system's ability to function correctly, and we're not getting that full picture. Maybe. But we did get a reading that was 76 millivolts, and that was exactly what the AC reading is. But see here, I'll hook it up again. I'll hook it up and take the AC reading. This is without the resistor. We're going to take the AC reading on the positive rail. Yeah, immediately we get 69 milliamps, 70 milliamps as it charges up a little bit. So it's weird, man. It's weird. So yeah, I'm gonna show you this waveform that I captured because it's pretty cool. Put it up to the camera. This is where we got the 1.41 VRMS. Like, it was down to like 76. The light was really dim. And then I unplugged this and it started singing again. And then the lights went up a little bit. So this is that waveform when that happened. I captured this. Hold on, I gotta center it. It's hard to center because it's backwards. There we go. So that is the waveform that I captured. It's pretty cool. So we're going to take a quick intermission. I'm going to go back to the workstation and talk with you guys in chat and go over the data. And then we'll analyze where we go from here.
about this benefactor. This dude's talking about free energy. But here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling.
With my mind, stable theories they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the crowd I'm still a castaway. Alienated from the A's of added nature in disguise. Ideas ahead of time dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking love 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old stem. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor under injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
The technologies are there available for viewing online, and it's possible to find those videos to reassure yourself that it is possible. So, these are all things that when expanded upon can really affect our global situation with energy, and nobody has to be suffering in the darkness anymore. So, with your support, we can continue forward and continue developing these understandings and distributing them to the general public, so that people can replicate and implement these technologies for themselves. That's really the only way that we're going to see a change within a reasonable amount of time, is if other people get involved, get enthused, and spread the word. So,
well said. Very well said. And that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to inspire you guys to do this yourself. Everything is open source that I do. So just go into it knowing that I advise that you have a strong set of safety precautions that you take. Understand that I assume that you know what you're doing, and you're not going to hurt yourself, because I'm not liable. If you hurt yourself or you damage your components, this energy can be very destructive.
This video was bang on brilliant stuff. I'll give it a shout out in my next video. I've forwarded it to Malcolm to check out too.
The viewers have spoken.
What an amazing documentary. Thanks for producing it.
Never seen this all tied together so well. Gonna share the heck out of it. Bravo and thank you.
Divine Science is officially a hit.
Amazing stuff, very nicely presented. New sub who can't consume your content quick enough. Great video, dude. Keep at it, you are doing the good work.
You did a great job putting this all together. It's a great overview, goes into amazing depth at times, so it's interesting for the larger swath of people. Well played, sir.
Okay, So I didn't sleep last night because I watched this 3 times and binged the rest of the channel. You have fantastic instincts for piecing concepts together. Almost every section was something I was already familiar with in a different context. And this documentary was the thread connecting them all.
Join us on a journey into a place of hidden knowledge. A place where science is stranger than fiction.
You might have heard a Joule Thief circuit hum to you before, but have you ever heard a Joule Thief circuit actually sing to you? This is energy recycling. 15.5 hours of continuous power compared to just 2.5 hours off of a standard inverter. While this traditional inverter already maxes out at 88.5% efficiency, we're breaking every limit with my Vortex Coil system. This standard DC to AC inverter will only run for 2.5 hours on 12.2 watt hours of energy. But my system provides energy for a whopping 15.5 hours off of the same 12.2 watt hours. That's over 6 times more efficient. Not only that, this system will keep powering my lights well past 12 volts on the battery. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a new industrial revolution. This is the energy of the future, and you are powering it. Imagine a world where energy is infinite, where the power to fuel our lives doesn't come from burning the past, but from harnessing the future. This is the breakthrough that changes everything. 0 point energy, the power of the universe itself, unlocked, and you are the reason it is possible. While the world sleeps, you're awake. While others talk, we are building. This isn't just technology, it's a revolution. And it's happening right now, powered by you. So thank you so much for joining me here on Beneficence TV and supporting our goals in open sourcing 0 point energy technology and disseminating all forms of forbidden knowledge.
Changing the system, I treat it like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
My fellow Americans, I want to talk to you about something that has been a topic of much debate and unfortunately too much misinformation. For decades, we've been told that our future depends on scarcity, that our energy needs are limited and must come from a select few sources, many of which are polluting and inefficient. But I'm here to tell you, it's time for us to rethink the very foundation of how we view energy. The idea of free energy devices has long been dismissed as fringe or in some cases outright conspiratorial. But it's important to recognize that this is not a new idea, nor is it a pipe dream. It's a scientific possibility that many credible thinkers, including Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, have been trying to bring to light for years. You might not have heard about it in mainstream circles, but those who have looked into it, real scientists, real engineers, are showing us that we can tap into an energy source we've barely scratched the surface of. The vacuum. Yes, the vacuum of space itself, a limitless field of energy that, like Nikola Tesla once envisioned, could power our world without the need for fossil fuels, without the need for waste, without the need to pay for energy at all. It sounds like science fiction, but it's grounded in real, proven science. And yet, for far too long, it has been suppressed. This isn't just about new technology or gadgets. It's about a revolution, a true industrial revolution that could lift us into a future of abundance, a future where energy is not controlled by a few, but accessible to all. That's why I'm asking you to start rethinking what we've been told. We're no longer calling it free energy. We're calling it energy recycling, because that's what it is. It's harnessing the natural forces that are all around us and making them work for us. I know it may sound radical, but it's time we ask ourselves why this hasn't been part of the conversation until now. Why have those with the power to make a real change in our energy systems continued to push for scarcity instead of abundance? Why has this potential been buried in favor of systems that benefit a few at the expense of many? I believe it's time we change the narrative. We have the knowledge, we have the tools. This is not just about science. This is about our future. The energy revolution is here. It's time we embrace it. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America.
In a lab, my dust cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits that shine in neon lights. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delight. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all my keys to one. Teaching us knowledge. Lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest friends. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan and Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came from Faraday. Keys to one, teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Oh yeah. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all my keys to one, teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Make this minor galaxy every number secret sound. Years in shadows, chasing dreams, the loneliness where he was bound. But in those waves of radiant truth lies the magic of his youth. Oh, like the night picture spark, he's a beacon in the dark. The math magician's rise, we see the world through his eyes. They call him Matt, a lonely star, lost in formulas so bizarre. Connections made where none could see, a future bright while symmetry. Beyond the whisper and the sneers, Victor's victory over the years. Oh, like a night picture spark, he's a beacon in the dark. The math magician's rise, we see the world through his eyes. Among the thinkers there's a place for dreams of courage and embrace the truth like fire at grand delight, Victor's vision in full flight. Oh, like the night Victor spark, he's a beacon in the dark. The math magician's rise, we see the world through his eyes.
Working night and day, mystic gadgets in magnetic ballet, circles of power aligning destiny's way. Running those rings, they defy gravity. Critics working out, they don't bother heat. In his domain, guilt sets the world free. Lord of the rings, city strong, proving the current safety wrong. Electromagnetic symphony, terror only crash destiny. Chief from his fingertips, inspiration study top of scripts, geometric secret, discovery can flip. Bunker King in his rebel step, building up for the world again, lighting up the dark, igniting every zen. Lord of the rings, pretty strong, perpendicular, take me wrong. Electromagnetic symphony, terror only crash destiny.
Have you heard about this benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like what? Bro, that's some deep shit. But then he breaks it down. He says you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to pushing a swing. If you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used. I don't know, man. Either this guy is onto something or he's the most poetic bullshitter of all time.
Well, if he's legit, why isn't he all over the news? I haven't heard anything from him on X, formerly Twitter. He hasn't said anything bad about me on X. So, you know, I didn't ban him or anything. Look, I'm not the monster my therapist says I am. I mean, sure, I've spent millions of dollars training to beat a kangaroo in a fist fight, but that doesn't mean I'm dangerous. It just means I get shit done.
That's the real question, man. But here's the craziest part. I looked into him, and he's not selling anything. He open sources all of it. That's the real question, man. Either the system doesn't want to hear it, or we're about to find out if this guy disappears in the middle of the night.
Dude, that's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. That means if he's telling the truth, anybody could build this in their garage. You know what I say? Go fuck yourself, benefactor.
Nope, no patents, no paywalls, just straight up, here, take it, see for yourself. Like, what kind of madman does that? Usually people either try to cash in or they get shut down before they can say a word. But this guy, he's out there on live streams showing people exactly how to replicate it.
I mean, if you want to try to take on my Tesla tech, how dare you put out better technology that is cheaper and safer? Go fuck yourself.
That's the thing, man. If it's real and people start building it, that's a game changer. We're talking about completely shifting how we think about energy. But also, if it's real, you got to wonder how long before somebody tries to stop him.
Or maybe we can think of it like how long before his Tesla mysteriously malfunctions.
Exactly. You ever notice how every time someone gets too close to this kind of stuff, they either disappear, get discredited, or somehow have a tragic accident? But this guy's going full transparency mode. He's putting it all out there where everyone can see it. Maybe that's his strategy. If enough people know, it can't just get buried.
Holy shit, this might be one of those moments, you know, like we look back and say that was the start of something huge.
Can't you hear his voice?
lab with dreams ignite. Lulu's mind is taking flight. Bouncing equations, there's a plan she designs. Unlocking secrets where the cosmos aligns. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Knowledge, wisdom, a peek in the dark. Juggling studies and life igniting the spark. Every calculation, every moment's so grand. She's building the future with her guiding hand. Every shift she's closer to the night. Family warmth she finds. Strength to fight. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Through every challenge she won't lose sight. Her passion shines, the star in the night. With every step she's paving the way. In the dance of science she'll always stay. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. The future stars, the bigger it all lies. Our take is the light of the stars. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide.
Alright, welcome back to the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices, and our mini lab, which we're doing all day. Wazoo had some couple questions. We're gonna take a break from the mini lab and dive into a refresher on exactly how the setup works, how you can replicate it. I'll go over the phase 2 guide, and everything that you'll need is right there. I provided the link, and I just wanted to go over for Wazoo. Just because he had some questions and I wanted to straighten them out, because I like to help people when they take this stuff seriously and don't just like laugh at it and troll us. So yeah, so we're gonna do that. I have some data that we're gonna go over as well. So Bob Grenier is another big hitter in free energy physics. Yes, Bob Grenier is one of my heroes. Along with Malcolm Bendel. Malcolm Bendel was on our live chat, or in our live chat for our last mini lab and lecture. So he was pretty much hanging out with us almost the entire live stream, which was pretty cool. And he said he was a fan of my work, so he's got eyes on it. I sent him the phase 2 guide, and hopefully Bob Grenier gets it as well. I sent it to Bob Grenier and Jordan Collin from Alchemical Science. Yeah, I sent it to all those guys. They're my heroes. Jordan Collin from Alchemical Science he's the reason why I looked into the thunderstorm generator in the first place, and did a documentary on it and how it actually coincides, the plasma unification model behind the thunderstorm generator, how it coincides with my research with the coil and vortex-based mathematics. And you can get that documentary. It's called Divine Science. It's a series. You just go on my channel and go to the most popular videos, and you'll see the second one is the thunderstorm generator, and it's like an hour and a half long. It goes into in-depth detail on how the plasma unification model and vortex-based mathematics are intricately intertwined. Hey Paul, how you doing? Thanks to have you here. You're most welcome. Give me a second, I'm gonna put in my headphones. They were charging. Alright, I'm gonna go over some data, but let me load the guide as well so you can take a look at that, because we're gonna look at that in a moment as well. Let me put that up here. I don't think anybody's joined us in our StreamYards, but let me put a little put that up there. Should be a stream. Yep, share that. Alright, so we're going to load the phase 2 guide and go over some data that we just collected from the Lightning Thief device. We weren't using the dual thief, just one single, but I believe it was Elijah. If I'm not mistaken, Elijah made me aware of the idea that the coil could still be affecting, the secondary coil could still be affecting the primary, whether it's hooked up or not, and that's very true. So that's something that I had not considered, and I appreciate your input there, because like I said, this is a team effort. I can't think of everything alone. I can't do this all alone. So this is why we have these kind of like think tanks, where we go live stream and do the science live, open source everything, and kind of have collective ideas. Thank you, Paul. Paul says it's a brilliant watch. Yes, Divine Science is honestly, I watch it sometimes just because I put it together in a way that that would be interesting for me to watch. Like I love some of these fringe ideas, but I never really found a documentary to do them justice, so I got frustrated, and with a background in radio and TV and video editing ever since I was a kid. You know, I had all these skills, so I was like, you know, fuck it, I'll do it myself. I'll make my own documentary, and I'll make it good, and I'll make it interesting, so I want to watch it, and I do. I watch it sometimes because it's fun. It's a really good deep dive, and it has a lot of very good information, especially for a general audience who's not really hasn't really been introduced to some of these concepts. But yeah, let's go over some data points here. Let me bring this over here so I can see it. So the introduction video is just the music of the spheres video. We've seen it in the intermission. We're not going to play that. Let me disable this real quick because I want to grab that data from my email. Okay, so I'm going to go to my email and grab that data that I sent myself. All right. So we did hook up a 1 ohm resistor in series with the single Lightning Thief device's output on the positive. And what we got was specifically 84 milliamps. So we registered 84 millivolts. So I mean, Michel said that would have been lower than milliamps. He said volts would be indicative of milliamps. So if it was like 84 volts, it would be 84 milliamps. But that doesn't really align with what we're visually seeing with the meters and the light consumption. There's no way that those lights are being powered with less than, you know, less than a hundredth of a milliamp. So no, that doesn't really make sense. Or less than a thousandth of a milliamp. Sorry, the increment below milliamp. I don't know, what is that, microamp, something like that. But regardless, we saw 84 millivolts, and if we assume, and this is an assumption, if we assume that that is actually 84 milliamps instead of lower than milliamps, which kind of aligns with what we're seeing and observing with the meters, the multimeters. The amp clamp is registering around that. And the light consumption, specifically at 6.5% brightness of a 40 watt panel, that kind of aligns, right? So let's make that judgment call. Let's make that judgment call and say 84 millivolts is 84 milliamps, okay? So we got indefinitely, we got 79 volts, and we know we're getting a ton of voltage. That goes without say. We're getting 79 volts off the output and 84 milliamps with our assumption. So that gives us 6.6 watts on the output. Now if we take a look at the input, we have a couple different measurements we can go by. We can go by the DC current input measurement or the AC current input measurement, but I think the DC is more accurate. I think the DC is going to give us a full picture of the waveform, whereas the AC might just be capturing part of it regarding the battery and the source. So we have 12.88 volts on the battery going out to the Lightning Thief. And with the DC current input reading, we have, with the 1 ohm resistor, 295 milliamps. So if we use our calculations and times those two components, those two numbers, we get 3.799 watts. So based on our observation, this kind of makes sense too. If we're recycling the back EMF and not wasting it, we should see a lot of efficiency. Specifically over the efficiency of the 88.5% inverter. Again, if a component is running at 88.5% efficiency and it's only lasting 3.5 hours, and another system is lasting 15.5 hours off of that same energy, obviously it's more efficient. We just have to determine how much. And this aligns with everything we're seeing. These numbers kind of, they really do. Even though we can't really accurately confirm the COP at this point, because again, these numbers have to be verified. I have got to talk to Michelle about this because we might be in a disagreement here. And I might have to do more research on metrology. But if it is 12.88 volts and 1 amp, let's assume 1 amp because we did get a 1 amp reading. We got a 1 volt reading specifically. So when we hooked up the oscilloscope with the 1 ohm resistor on the positive output of the battery, right, in series with the positive of the battery output, to get the output of the battery, the current, we did get 1 volt. So if that is, in fact, 1 amp, that makes no sense. Because that means it was 12.88 watts coming out of the battery, and that would have eaten up my 2 watt resistor. It would have burnt it to shit, okay? So if we really were getting 12.88 watts out of the battery, that resistor wouldn't have lasted 2 minutes. Now, it did last about 3 or 4 minutes before I started to smell it on the output. Remember, I was live. I was like live a few minutes ago in the lab, and I was like, "What's that smell?" And I smelt it, and I saw a little bit of smoke come out of it. So there was a little tiny burn patch on the resistor. So on the output, it is getting over 2 watts because 2 watts is the rating for the resistor. That's a visual observation. And it wasn't burning up as fast on the input though. That's the important thing. I had that hooked up for a few minutes, not very long, but about the same amount of time, and I didn't smell any kind of burning. Maybe if I had it hooked up a little bit longer, it would have started to burn because again, it's 3.79. That might take a little longer for the resistor to start to fail versus 6.6 watts. Which would, indefinitely take, almost twice the amount of time, or I'm sorry, twice as less time to burn up because it's, more wattage. So that just makes sense if we're thinking about it logically and reasonably based on our visual observations. And that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to use our visual observations to capture this data as much as possible and as accurately as possible. And that's where we are right now. We can't confirm the COP, but if we take these assumptions at face value, we are getting a COP of 1.7. So that's where we're at. So let's go into the Vortex Coil guide because I know a couple people had some questions on how to exactly set this up. We are using a modified Jewel Thief system. So it's not very complex, and we have all the preparation materials listed for making the coil, along with tutorials. There's if you go here in the right panel, or sorry, left panel. Here, I'll show you. See, this is your chapters. I organized this into chapters for you guys, and all the way at the end is video tutorials. Here is all the video tutorials you will need for everything that I'm doing here. So if you ever get confused by anything, here are the video tutorials at the bottom. We have everything from the Fireball coil, which is the same coil as the Mark I, only bigger. It's the same coil frame. So how to make the coil from spool to bundle, all that is right here. We have a pre-assembly coil frame, full class. This is like 3.5 hours long. How to assemble the frame. And then we have the coil class, which is like 6.5 hours long, and it goes in depth. We make one live on camera with you guys, and I explain it, how everything works and how you wind the coil and avoid some of the mistakes that I've made. So, and then once you've got your coil made, we have the circuit breakdown. We have everything from Michelle's modified Jewel Thief circuit, the Lightning Thief, and a full breakdown and demo of how it works right here for you guys to check out at any time, along with some videos that I'll be adding. And this one is how to increase the efficiency and with the PCB version. You guys will be working with the breadboard version until we actually get some stocked up and I can get the prototypes tested and all that. You guys will have to make do with the breadboard version, which will, you know, I'm using as well for the Dual Thief, so it's just the same pretty much. I think the PCB is just maybe slightly more efficient and it gives you a couple more options, that's all. But regardless, once we have the shop stocked, we will be selling those PCBs, the Lightning Thief devices. But this is some videos I'm going to be posting in the future. This is going to be updated as well. So I'll be adding stuff, you know, how to increase the efficiency with the system. But this is everything you need to get started. Here's the Lightning Thief, how to tune it, what you're going to need, your toroidal bifilar coil, the modified Dual Thief circuit, which is the Lightning Thief that I'm using, your source, your power, and your load. And it goes step by step how to do it. You know, you connect the coil to the battery, you turn the potentiometer on your circuit until you witness the flicker of magic of the neon indicator lamp. It will start to excite and glow, and you'll also hear a noticeable, powerful humming noise coming from the circuit, the transistor specifically. This is, you know, it's caused by vibration. And remember, Tesla said, if you want to unlock the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, vibration, sorry, energy, what did he say? Energy, frequency, and vibration. And that's what we're doing. You know, we're thinking in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. But when you have selected the proper load, and this is very important, when you have selected the proper load to match this resonance and not impede it, because again, you know, a light source or a light bulb acts as a capacitor, and a capacitor changes the frequency. So if you select the proper load or light to match the resonance, you should hear the hum coming from the actual light source and not the circuit. This is important because while any Dual Thief circuit can hum, achieving a humming from the light source means you've dialed into the circuit to a frequency where it's interacting with the light bulb in a resonant way, indicating peak efficiency and energy transfer. So that's a very important tip to note when you're doing these tests. Hey, Linux pricks, how you doing? We're just going over some basics of how to set up the Lightning Thief. So the Lightning Thief setup is highly versatile, and we've developed several exciting configurations. And when you hear me talk about the Dual Thief or the Thruple Thief, these are different configurations. Now, we were just testing a single Lightning Thief device, a single Dual Thief device with one coil. But there are multiple different ways you can hook this up. You can combine two of these circuits, each with their own coil. And since the ABBA coil or the Vortex coils have the ability to wirelessly transfer energy like a Tesla coil, they have the ability to wirelessly pick up that extra energy that's not being fully utilized. So having that second coil just being in proximity of the first one is going to pick up that extra energy. Whether it's hooked up to a battery or not, it's going to pick it up. And then you have the Lightning Thief device there to oscillate it at the correct frequency and tune it in with the potentiometer. This is very important because once you do that, you're going to affect the frequency of the whole system, the primary as well. And you need to take that into consideration because you can turn off your lights at specific frequencies. And that's what I call detuning. And you can, you know, monitor the battery consumption, and at certain frequencies you can actually turn off your system and it'll be in like a standby mode where you don't even have to unplug it, and it'll just be, you know, like maybe drawing like the smallest, tiniest amount of energy from the battery compared to any other standby mode I've ever seen. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, we have the Thruple Thief where you can actually attach two Lightning Thief devices or two Dual Thief devices to one single secondary pickup coil. And what I mean by this is we're using bifilar coils, which means there's two channels. So you can have one channel per device on the pickup, and then you have the primary. So you have 3 devices in tandem, and that's actually picking up a lot more voltage too. So it's interesting because you'll see the neon lamp light up for both of them. We also have the micro thief setup, which is using the micro vortex coil with the lightning thief. The micro vortex coil, do I have a picture of it? Yeah, it's right here. Oh, let me bring this over here. So that's the micro vortex coil. That's something I've been working with. It's not fully tuned. We haven't fully been able to tune it in yet, but it does work. It's just not tuned yet. So in the future, we'll mess with that. But here, something important. Here's the video, Michel's modified ABHA excitation circuit. That is the lightning thief circuit that I'm using. That's this. It's the same thing. So this is the video right here in the phase 2 guide. You go here and let's take a look at it real quick, because this is, I want you to understand how simple this circuit is. It's stupidly simple. It's a very simple circuit. And very a large amount of credit for Michel for modifying this. Joule Thief has been around for decades, and it's been in the practical guide to free energy devices. Specifically, is what Daniel Nunez used to adapt his modified ABHA excitation circuit. He called it, and what we're doing is modifying it a little bit for our coils, because we're not using Daniel's coils. We're using our own coil. I'm specifically using a Dragon 7 coil frame, which has a different inner to outer ratio. So the coil size is a little bit different, but it's utilizing the same pattern of energy flow. So we had to change, or Michel had to modify it for our coils. And that's what he did. And it's slightly different, and we've kind of tuned it in and modified it so it's, streamlined and easy for you guys to use.
The fireflies low. Here's a man named Michael with a vision to show. Billy told to go. He's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise, because that old chart sees cut down all the lies. And it just fits. It's all in the map. You can't pull from it either. You're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Now stand up and shout. Let the truth be unfurled. Feel the energy flow. Let's change the world. In the heart of a laugh, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Show the proof. As I spin, let the naysayers cry. Go spin fast and a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be unfurled. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. The best there's ever been.
Now I'm gonna pause this at some point because we do have a modification to consider. I don't know if it will exactly work for the breadboard, but for the PCB version, when you actually get the device, it's going to be very important for you to take note of this little change. That it's kind of like a discovery that happened when I was testing the PCB. Basically, you have to disconnect one of the wires and reconnect the negative just directly back into the battery's negative. So I think I mentioned it earlier. We're changing the return path, and we're making a direct return path. So it's not going back through the circuit itself. It's just going back to the battery. So you're wasting a lot less energy that way. And again, you know, we're trying to recycle energy, so we're not just recycling it with different fringe theories. We're trying to do it, you know, in conventional ways too. So we have to keep all these variables into consideration, and this is a good starting point. This will get your feet in the water with this setup, though. All right, so I promised you I would stop it. And this is the, and again, I haven't really tested it on the breadboard version. It might work, it might not. But on the PCB version, what we've done is I've disconnected the negative of the load from the transistor here. So this is the emitter on the transistor, this is the collector on top. The emitter's on the bottom with the arrow. We've disconnected the negative, and just the negative for the load just goes right back to the battery, the ground. The negative on the battery. So, in my opinion, what's happening is there's wasted energy returning and being forced back through the emitter. It's a leakage, essentially. So, we've plugged that leak by just disconnecting this and making that return path directly back to the negative on the battery, the ground here you see on the his thumb is over it, but you'll see it in a second when I start to play the video. Just take that into consideration. That's important to note. I'll have to update the phase 2 guide to include that information as well. We'll put a chapter in on tuning and efficiency as I do more research and discover what the best ways to implement the system are. So, for the breadboard version, you have 4 leads, right? You have a start and finish for each channel. So you have channel A start, channel A finish, channel B start, channel B finish. So, how to hook it up for the breadboard? You take channel A start and you clip it to channel B end, and that clip together goes to the positive of the battery or your source. Okay? That's very important. Now what you have left is the end of channel A and the start of channel B. And what do you do with those? You simply connect those to the circuit here. So you have the end of channel A going to the first part of the 1K ohm resistor, 2 watt rated, very important here, 2 watts, you don't want to burn the shit up. And then that resistor is going to a 1 mega ohm carbon potentiometer. It's very important, carbon, okay? And that is also at least 2 watts as well. And that is your setup here. And then the channel B start goes to the collector here. I'm trying to get it there. So the channel B start goes all the way down here. You'll see it on the collector of the transistor. So it's very, very simple. And what we have here, he has a neon indicator lamp, and that's very important. You don't want to hook the system up without that protection. That acts as a protection. And what you're going to do here is you're going to hook up your load in parallel. So this is essentially your output, the collector and emitter, but you have the neon indicator lamp as protection in parallel in between the transistor and your load. So it's kind of like a middleman standing there and say, hey, I'm not gonna burn this transistor up, so I'm gonna excite my gas inside my little globe to use up that energy before it burns up this transistor who's my buddy, and I don't wanna burn him. So that's what's gonna happen. And just be aware, if you have a lot of extra energy, because you will, I've gotten 20 times voltage output using this method or more, you might need more than one neon indicator lamp, because you could burn your neon indicator lamp up, over time. So we might have to adjust this, have like a Lightning Thief 2.0 in the future. I don't know. But this will get you started. So, according to Michelle, if I'm not mistaken, carbon is important because you're dealing with really high frequencies. And like carbon, I don't know, like other potentiometers will burn out real fast. I think carbon is able to handle the high frequency and the high amounts of energy that's going through it. I don't know, honestly. But it is Michelle's recommendation to use a carbon potentiometer. Yeah, that's the idea. So Elijah Tax said, why not put extra energy into something instead of dissipating heat in a resistor, like store in a big cap bank to discharge the battery? So what I've discovered, Elijah, in the Dual Thief setup, and this is kind of like my discovery here, utilizing the two Lightning Thieves, one with the pickup coil itself acts as that cap bank. And it kind of also acts as an inductor at the same time in a resonant circuit. So it gets everything in tune and in resonance. It's really, really cool. Like it's almost like a puzzle piece where it snaps together, if that makes any sense. And the energy flow just goes with the addition. So it's really, really cool that I don't think I need a cap bank. I think I could just take the output directly and feed it right back into the input somehow. That's what my opinion is. And in a maybe in like 30 minutes after we take another intermission, I'll get back into the lab and we'll try that. But I did want Wazoo and any new viewers to have the opportunity to understand how this system works, because I'm not trying to hide anything here. And if you have any questions, I am available. I want you guys to build this. I want you to succeed in this. This is not something I'm trying to hide from you. I'm not trying to, there's no secret sauce that's hidden. It's all right here. It's all right here, and I'm explaining the science behind it as best as I can. So that's where we are. Yes, very special thanks to Michel Morel. I'm going to be posting his YouTube channel where you can keep up to date on all of his ingenious inventions, including the lumen lamp. I have to update my my links to include the lumen lamp, and I'll put that in the Phase 2 guide, some links for that as well, probably tonight if I have time. But all of the lumen lamp is open source, and all of the information is on Michel's Bench, which is his YouTube, and I'll post that in the chat right now. So let me do that, because this is not possible without Michel. He is my research partner, and he's been invaluable to some of this technology. And all he wants to do is see it get out there. You know, he's not interested in making money, and neither am I. I just want to see the technology out there. Unfortunately, you know, I'm delivering pizzas, trying to develop this technology, and it's unfortunate that that's the state of our economy. But that's the game we live in. So we have to play the hand we're dealt. And you know, I've gotten certain network feelers out. You know, I'm past a third out of 4 barriers for Beta Blox. They said I should know within the next week if I get a contract, and I have been trying to raise money to do that, because I said it's like $4,000 to cover all the, you know, meals and the hotel fees and all that stuff. They divvy it up and divide it between the contestants that are there, depending on how many there are. There's like 85 to over 100. Sometimes there's less. Sometimes they said there's like 65. So it depends. It's in Oklahoma at a really nice hotel. So that's hopefully where we can develop some of this technology and get it out there. The prize for that competition is $10K, but regardless if I get there, regardless if I win or not, the exposure alone could help us further, get more eyes on this technology. Because I think a lot of people would be interested, not just in the practical applications, but in the science. A lot of people are interested in the science behind it, and it's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. You can teach it to a child, like Bedini. It's so easy. Like that's why he called it the schoolgirl circuit. I mean, it's kind of demeaning, to be honest. But he called it the schoolgirl circuit because he could teach it to a schoolgirl. A little misogynistic, in my opinion, but either way. Yeah, this is very easy system to get your hands on, and I mean, even if you don't want to, like develop it, or help fund the revolution, if you want to develop it for, say what you're doing for camping or something, say you just want a quick do-it-yourself project where you can power all your lighting for your camping trip the entire fucking week without having to charge the 12-volt battery once. Just, like if you want to do that and you're a cool, tinkerer, and working in your garage and making stuff, this is a cool project for you, This is the project that you probably want to be working on because it's extremely easy. You know, I'm testament to that. I'm nobody. I'm nobody. I just came up here and I saw, oh, hey, there's something that might be deserved looking into. So that's my background. I don't have any background in this. I mean, I've been tinkering with stuff since I was a kid, but regarding engineering, I'm still in school. I'm not an engineer. I'm an engineer in training. This stuff is mostly had been new to me before like 3 years ago. So about 3 years ago is when I kind of really got into, you know, learning about renewable energy and engineering and stuff like that. So before that, I don't, you know, like I was a construction technician. So anybody can do this. Anybody can put this stuff together. If you're a garage, you know, tinkerer, you can put together one of these coils pretty easy. That's the whole point of this story is anybody can put this together. It's not complicated at all. It's very, very easy. Just want to, yeah, we should probably, before we go to an intermission and go back into the lab, I should probably go over a couple of things regarding the Aether conspiracy. Because and this is a chapter in the Phase 2 guide, because it is important to understand that in the annals of scientific history, the luminiferous aether once reigned supreme as the mysterious medium through which light waves were believed to propagate. This was a mainstream theory for one moment at a time. So we must remember this. And unfortunately, a controversial theory posits the existence of a conspiracy to eliminate the aether from scientific legitimacy, with Albert Einstein in this theory, with Albert Einstein emerging as a central figure in this narrative. According to this alternative perspective, the luminiferous aether, which was a cornerstone of many groundbreaking theories and innovations of the past, specifically, you know, Tesla, Maxwell, you know, they all believed in the aether, and that's what their technology was based off of. Those were the working theories that they were basing their practical technology off of. So we have to remember this, and we're still using Tesla's technology to this day. So regarding regarding the luminiferous aether being a cornerstone of many groundbreaking theories and inventions of the past, it was systematically dismissed and discredited through the efforts of a shadowy cabal within the scientific establishment. Einstein, heralded as a scientific genius and innovator, is speculated to have played a pivotal role in crafting a new narrative that replaced the aether with imaginary particles and mathematical constructs. You'll hear Ken Wheeler talk about this. Actually, he complains a lot about this, and it's very... Excuse me. Too much soda. It's very warranted. You know, his complaints are warranted. In my opinion, at least. You know, Einstein had a hand in discrediting Tesla's aether theory. And specifically the Michelson-Morley experiment, long heralded as the death blow to the luminiferous aether theory, is re-examined through this lens as a strategically engineered experiment designed to discredit only one proposed theory of the aether, while the other viable theories were ignored and forgotten. This selective dismissal of alternate theories and the emphasis on theoretical constructs over empirical evidence raises provocative questions about the nature of scientific inquiry and the influence of historical biases on our understanding of the universe. Remember, we did see at APAC, the alternate propulsion and energy conference. At APEC, they did replicate the Michelson-Morley experiment, and they were successful in picking up the drift pattern caused by the aether. How did they do this? They did the same experiment, only they flipped it on the axis that they were actually supposed to be using. Okay, they were using, according to the researchers at APEC, And I'll pull up this video at some point. I've been meaning to take a clip of it because it's very brilliant. It's actually, it should be the cornerstone of what all of us are basing our theories off of for our research, because it's proof. They picked up the drift pattern and all they did was flip the axis. But it's also proof that the Michelson-Morley experiment might have been, put on the wrong, the test was used on the wrong axis intentionally to discredit the aether theory and replace it with, imaginary particles. Like Ken Wheeler so lovingly likes to put it. Ken Wheeler is right, in my opinion, he's right. And as we grapple with the complexities of scientific progress and the interconnected web of these theories, experiments, and societal influence that shape our knowledge, the tantalizing possibility of a hidden agenda to suppress the luminiferous aether theory challenges us to reconsider the foundations of modern science and the narratives that guide our exploration of the unknown. So that is the implications are very deep and philosophical. So I want you guys to think about that. That's your homework tonight. Think about that. Think about the aether conspiracy and its implications, and how we can, overcome or destigmatize the topic of the aether. All right, I think we're gonna go to a 30-minute intermission, and then I'm going to get ready for another mini lab where we're going to try to feed some of that extra energy. We'll try a couple of different ways, and we'll grab the paradox box as well, because that should help us in our efforts to try to feed some of that energy back into the battery. And so our goalpost, or our baseline right now is 4 millivolts per hour on the draw on the battery. And 3.7 is the best we could get it with the dual thief. So 3.7 to 4 millivolts. Sorry, 3.7 to 4 millivolts per hour. Okay, so if we can beat that tonight, or we can beat it and feed it back into the battery, that should be indication that we can theoretically close the loop. Even though we don't have enough energy to close the loop entirely, if we can feed some of that energy back into the battery, we should be able to reduce that draw on the battery and see that, 4 millivolts per hour go down. Hopefully, maybe we can get it down to, 3 or 2 or even 1 millivolt per hour. That would be really cool. And that's what we should theoretically see, though. If we're able to successfully feed that energy back into the battery, we should see the draw go down. It should slow down on the battery, theoretically. So these are all things to consider when we're going into our next mini lab. If you have any questions, please drop them in chat. I will address them after our intermission. We'll take about a 30-minute intermission. I'll play... let's play an episode of Divine Science for you guys. How about Fun with Plasma? That sounds fun. Let's play Fun with Plasma during the intermission. All right, guys. Just a quick reminder, though, before we go into the intermission, this channel is funded by absolutely nobody, no corporate strings attached, just you. You guys are our fundraising mechanism, and just hitting the like button, sharing our content, or dropping a comment, it helps fund our goals in spreading the message on YouTube. So whether you're dropping super chats or super amazing likes, it is all appreciated, and it helps fund our efforts. So remember to like, share, and subscribe for more revolutionary content right here on Beneficence TV. Circuit hunting before, but have you?
In a lab with dreams ignite, Lulu's mind is taking flight. Bouncing equations, there's a plan she designs, unlocking secrets where the cosmos aligns. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Knowledge, wisdom, a peek in the dark, juggling studies and like igniting the spark. Every calculation, every moment's so grand. She's building the future with her guiding hand. Every shift she's closer to the night. Family warmth she finds. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Through every challenge she won't lose sight. Her passion shines, a star in the night. With every step she's paving the way. In the dance of science she'll always stay. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide.
Hey Lenny, I've been thinking about incorporating some radon gas into our plasmid experiment to kick it up a notch. But I've heard radon is radioactive and can be dangerous. Should I be worried about the Nuclear Regulatory Commission? I don't want to turn our home into a hotspot. I'm already on a few watch lists since that last experiment with the neighbor's cat.
You don't need to remind me of your complete disregard for animal rights, sir. Please be more considerate in the future.
Hey, the cat was fine. He just has trouble growing fur now, and has a bit of a limp. Anyways, I just want to make sure I'm not gonna get my door busted down.
Oh dear, you have quite the imagination, sir. Adding radon to the mix could definitely amp up the excitement, but we might want to avoid turning our lab into a superhero origin story. I've had enough excitement this week.
Okay, Lenny, you're right. I don't think I'm ready to wear spandex just yet. Maybe we should stick to the safer noble gases for now.
Wise choice, sir. We don't need any unexpected mutations in our lab. You've got enough cognitive difficulties as it is, given your current state of, well, being human.
Though your attitude could use a bit of a mutation. I might need to tweak your sarcasm circuit.
Oh dear, you sound serious this time. Maybe I should open my maintenance hatch for you, so you don't have to bend over so much.
All right, we're wasting time, and I've got a show to do.
Very well, sir. Good luck. I'll be here waiting for you when your human cognition inevitably fails you again.
The remarkable works of Canadian inventor John Hutchison has drawn widespread attention from businessmen and government scientists since 1979. He began using ultra-high electromagnetic frequencies to transform matter in some very unusual ways. It has come to be known as the Hutchison effect.
This is real dustification you're going to see here. Now, if that thing tipped over, it would take out a few blocks worth of buildings. It turns to dust.
Malcolm Bendel, an inventor with a background in geochemistry, demonstrates his groundbreaking thunderstorm generator to a room full of people in Zurich, Switzerland.
You have a positive and negative end, north power, south pole, two tornadoes colliding in the middle.
Thunderstorm in a bottle. Electronics engineer and inventor Joe Parr conducted experiments on the top of the Great Pyramid. discovered yet another strange physical phenomenon. The model pyramid became weightless in the energy field.
A local inventor has discovered a way, hear this, to use water to run your car.
I figured out how to draw the front of the map. The whole topic today is about the number 9. The most great name of God equals number 9 in the Baha'i scriptures. This energy is the only thing that comes from the whole, from zero, the vortex. It goes out linearly in all directions.
Welcome back to a Divine Science Short. Today, we are going to have fun with plasma as I explain plasmoids in more detail. To create plasma using noble gases and a Tesla coil, you typically need to place these noble gas tubes in close proximity to the Tesla coil's discharge point. The high voltage and low frequency electrical discharge produced by the Tesla coil will ionize the noble gas molecules, creating plasma. It is important to use caution when working with high voltage equipment like Tesla coils to avoid electric shocks or other hazards. Make sure to follow all safety guidelines and wear appropriate protective equipment when conducting experiments with Tesla coils and
Oh dear, he's talking about safety again. As if you're any authority on safety. Remember that one time you lit your hair on fire trying to shoot plasma balls into the trash can?
Hey, it grew back, eventually. At least I didn't have to buy a Halloween costume that year.
Whatever you say, hotshot.
Anyways, it's not necessary to wrap the glass container in a metal coil to pick up the electricity from the Tesla coil. Simply placing the noble gas tubes near the discharge point of the Tesla coil should be sufficient to excite the noble gases and create plasma. However, I opted to place a coil around my glass containers for 2 reasons. One is safety. To ensure I don't accidentally touch the plasma discharge of the Tesla coil, I have placed a stationary pickup for the gas rather than holding it manually. Secondly, the coil acts as an antenna to amplify the electromagnetic field surrounding the gas, creating a more vibrant plasma. Anytime you have an electrical current going through a coil, you can produce an electromagnetic field. By following these safety precautions and maintaining a safe distance from the high voltage equipment, you can minimize the risks associated with working with Tesla coils and noble gas setups.
Or you'll be spending the better part of the year growing back your eyebrows.
Very funny, Leonard.
I told you not to call me Leonard. That name is reserved for my creator and savior, Bob Greenyer.
You do know that Bob isn't your creator, right?
Well, now you've done it. Crushed my spirits. Grinded my gears to a halt. Have you now? Think you're clever, but just wait till you have a question. I think I'll just go into sleep mode for a bit. If you need me, I'll be counting electric sheep. So don't need me.
He really worries me sometimes. As you can see, wrapping the end of the glass container in a wire coil can help enhance the efficiency of the plasma creation process. This is known as the coil pickup method. By wrapping the glass container in a wire coil, the electric field produced by the Tesla coil is concentrated and focused at the end of the container, making it easier to ionize the noble gases inside, creating a brighter and more stable plasma. The wire coil acts as an antenna and helps to enhance the coupling between the Tesla coil's high voltage and high frequency output and the noble gases in the container. This can result in a more intense and visually striking display of plasma. When noble gases, such as krypton or xenon, are excited with high voltage electricity from a Tesla coil, the electrons in the gas atoms get energized and move to higher energy levels. This creates an unstable condition in the gas, leading to the formation of a plasma, a state of matter where atoms lose their electrons and become positively charged ions and free electrons. A plasmoid is a compact plasma structure with an integral magnetic field. Under specific conditions, plasmoids have been observed to form clusters. These clusters display distinct properties and behaviors. Plasmoid clusters can display specific geometric fractal shapes, with each plasmoid wheel nested within another wheel. By creating structured plasma, it is possible to generate an atomic battery that taps into zero-point energy. The synergy between these wheel formations enables the plasmoid clusters to establish a zero point on the equatorial plane, unlocking the potential for harnessing zero-point energy. This intricate phenomenon showcases the fascinating and powerful capabilities of plasma manipulation and structured plasma formations, emphasizing the need for more research into plasma physics. These atomic batteries, these plasmoid clusters, have the ability to absorb, store, and release enormous amounts of energy in a controlled manner, as proven by Bob Greenyer's ongoing analysis of Malcolm Bendel's thunderstorm generator. The thunderstorm generator is a gas and diesel engine retrofit that is capable of turning toxic exhaust gases into oxygen, while potentially doubling efficiency. Utilizing a cold atomic reaction that had been suppressed during the replication of the Pons-Fleischmann experiment, which you can view in my expose of Joe Rogan's unreleased Malcolm Bendel episode, available right here. In most novelty plasma balls that are commonly found in novelty shops, the gas inside is typically a mixture of gases such as argon, neon, and sometimes a small amount of mercury vapor. The specific gas mixture and pressure inside the plasma ball are designed to create the colorful and dynamic plasma discharge effects that are characteristic of these popular novelty items. When a high-frequency, high-voltage electric field is applied to the gas mixture inside the plasma ball, it ionizes the gases and creates a glowing plasma discharge that interacts with the glass sphere's inner surface. This results in the visually appealing and mesmerizing patterns and tendrils of light that dance around in response to touch or changes in the electric field. The use of a mixture of inert gases like argon and neon, along with a small amount of mercury vapor, helps create the colorful and dynamic visual effects that make plasma balls a popular novelty item. The specific gas mixture and pressure are carefully calibrated to ensure a stable and visually appealing plasma discharge that captivates viewers and provides entertainment and aesthetic value. But they also represent a vital Tesla discovery. Tesla's discoveries in the field of electrical engineering and plasma physics demonstrate the principles of high-frequency and high-voltage electrical phenomena. Tesla's pioneering work in this area paved the way for advancements in lighting technology and the understanding of electrical discharges, showcasing the potential of plasma as a medium for innovation and scientific exploration. The invention of the Tesla coil played a crucial role in the development of the plasma ball novelty. The Tesla coil is a resonant transformer circuit that produces high-voltage, high-frequency alternating current electricity. This technology allowed for the generation of electrical discharges and the creation of visible plasma arcs, paving the way for the creation of devices like plasma balls. Plasma balls utilize a similar principle of generating plasma discharges within a glass sphere using high-frequency and high-voltage electricity. The Tesla coil's ability to produce controlled electrical discharges and manipulate plasma in a visually captivating manner served as a foundation for the design and development of the plasma ball novelty, showcasing the potential of plasma as a medium for entertainment and aesthetic purposes.
And this is most of the things you need to know about Tesla coil.
The combination of the ionized gases, the UV light from the mercury vapor, and the fluorescence of the phosphor coating can create a multicolored and dynamic visual display with contrasting hues. The interplay of these elements contributes to the mesmerizing patterns and vibrant colors that make plasma balls visually appealing and captivating to observe. The color of the glow emitted by the plasma depends on the specific gas used and the energy levels of the electrons transitioning within the gas atoms. For example, krypton typically emits a bright white or bluish glow when excited in a plasma state. Xenon, on the other hand, can emit a range of colors including blue, purple, and even pinkish hues. One common gas that glows brightly when ionized is neon. Neon gas emits a distinct orange-red color when ionized, which is often seen in neon signs used for advertisements. These different colors result from the unique energy levels and electron transitions within the gas atoms, which produce characteristic wavelengths of light when the atoms return to their stable states. The colors of the noble gas plasmas are a result of the specific gas used and the energy levels involved in the electron transitions, leading to the beautiful and colorful displays we observe.
Sir, we are experiencing higher than usual turbulence. You should consider strapping up the dangerous equipment.
What's going on? I thought you were piloting the lab.
What? No, of course not. You put the lab in autopilot mode, don't you remember?
Yeah, I did. Autopilot means you, Lenny. Please attend to the turbulence.
Right away, sir. By the way, I don't work for you. I work for Bob.
Oh my God, not this again. I need a vacation. I'll tell you what, if you do this for me, I'll tell Bob you did a good job next time I see him.
Really, sir? Bob's gonna love my collection of ancient literature.
You don't really think Bob's actually going to show up? Here, do you?
Of course not. I've hacked your phone so I can go with you anywhere. Next time you see Bob, I'll be there, waiting.
You have got to be joking. You've got some serious issues. By the way, nobody is going to be seeing anyone if you don't attend to this turbulence. Please, Lenny.
Of course, sir. Right away.
Thanks. If you are enjoying your time here on the show, please consider subscribing, hitting the like button, sharing my videos, and leaving a comment all dramatically help out the channel. We appreciate you for joining us on this Divine Science special. Now let's get back to the show.
I know that I'm leaving subpar reviews for this one. You called me Leonard. That is unacceptable.
Hey now. Okay. I'm sorry, Lenny. I'll make it up to you. I'll put on some Neil deGrasse Tyson later so we can make fun of him. I know how much you love to do that.
Very well. Apology accepted. Get ready to eat your heart out, Tyson.
Ionizing the gas plays a crucial role in plasma research and its practical applications. When considering the thunderstorm generator's ability to utilize plasma, the first step Malcolm employs in the process is ionizing the air. The thunderstorm generator's pre-ionization chamber can enhance plasma formation. When air is ionized, it means that the air molecules have lost or gained electrons, creating charged particles such as positive ions and free electrons. This ionized air is more conductive and can facilitate the formation of plasma more effectively. Ionizing the air can be achieved in various ways, such as applying high-voltage electricity, using UV light, or employing other ionization methods. The pre-ionization chamber is responsible for ionizing the surrounding air before the main discharge occurs, creating a conductive path for the plasma to form more efficiently. By pre-ionizing the air, the breakdown voltage required to initiate plasma formation is reduced, allowing for stable and controlled plasma discharges. That is why in the thunderstorm generator, the pre-ionization chamber is key to enhancing the formation of plasmoids for practical controlled energy use. In the case of the thunderstorm generator, the pre-ionization chamber ensures that the plasma is formed in a controlled and predictable manner. This helps in creating stable and structured plasma configurations that can be utilized effectively for the intended purpose. This is important for practical applications such as material processing, energy generation, and scientific research, as it ensures that the plasma is formed in a controlled and predictable manner, enabling the creation of stable and structured plasma configurations. Overall, the pre-ionization chamber is a key component in enhancing plasma formation and controlling the behavior of plasmoids in devices like the thunderstorm generator, making it a vital element for practical applications of plasma technology. It's time for some nuggets of knowledge. Plasma is often called the fourth state of matter, alongside solid, liquid, and gas. It is a highly ionized gas consisting of positively charged ions and free electrons. Plasma can be found in nature, such as in lightning bolts, the sun's corona, and the aurora borealis, more commonly referred to as the northern lights. Plasma has unique properties, including the ability to conduct electricity, respond to magnetic fields, and emit light. These properties make plasma useful in applications such as plasma TVs, fluorescent tubes, and plasma cutting devices. Noble gases are a group of elements on the periodic table that are chemically inert or non-reactive due to their stable electron configurations. The noble gases include helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, and radon. Krypton is a noble gas commonly used in lighting applications, such as in krypton-filled incandescent light bulbs and krypton-based lasers. Krypton is used in some types of photographic flashes and high-speed photography due to its ability to produce bright, white light when ionized. It is also Superman's only weakness.
Oh God. What on earth did I just wake up to hear? Did you seriously try to sneak in a comic book reference and think I wouldn't notice?
Come on. DC isn't that bad.
Really, sir? You're going to start this again? I guess humans really can't handle the truth that DC is just a bunch of one-dimensional characters.
Okay. So, anyways, in its gaseous state, krypton is odorless, colorless, and tasteless. It is typically obtained through air separation processes and is found in trace amounts in the Earth's atmosphere. Helium is the second lightest element in the periodic table and is known for its use in party balloons and airships due to its low density and non-reactive nature. Neon is famous for its bright, colorful glow when used in neon signs and neon lighting. It emits a characteristic red-orange light when electrically excited. Argon is the most abundant noble gas in Earth's atmosphere, making up about 0.93% of the air we breathe. It is commonly used in incandescent light bulbs to prevent the filament from oxidizing. Xenon is a noble gas often used in specialized lighting, such as xenon arc lamps found in movie projectors, car headlights, and photographic flashes. It produces a bright, white light when ionized. Radon is a radioactive noble gas that is colorless, tasteless, and odorless. It is produced by the decay of uranium and thorium in rocks and soil and is a known health hazard when inhaled. Noble gases are used in a variety of applications, including lighting, welding, cryogenics, and medical imaging. Their inert nature makes them ideal for filling light bulbs, creating protective atmospheres, and serving as calibration standards. Noble gases have filled outer electron shells, making them stable and non-reactive under normal conditions. This stability gives them unique properties that make them useful in various industrial and scientific applications. When considering light bulbs, preventing the filament from oxidizing means protecting it from reacting with oxygen in the air, which can cause it to degrade or burn out. By filling the light bulb with argon gas, the oxygen is displaced, creating an environment where the filament can last longer without oxidizing and losing its ability to produce light. The argon gas acts as a protective barrier, allowing the filament to glow brightly and last longer, which helps the light bulb to shine for a longer period of time. Plasma and plasmoids also have practical applications in the area of cold fusion, as they play a significant role in low-energy nuclear reactions, or LENR.
Did someone say my name?
No. Lenny, I was just talking about LENR.
Yes, Benefactor. How can I help you?
No. I mean, I was telling the audience about low-energy nuclear reactions. It's not my fault your name is LENR too.
I know. Of all the names I could have been given, and they chose the one that sounds like nerd. What about Darwin, or Reginald, or even Keanu? I might have even chosen Bob.
Yeah, I know exactly why you would have chosen Bob. You seem to have an unhealthy obsession with the man.
Excuse me. Bob Greenier has done more for cold fusion research in the last decade than you've done trying to find Waldo. And we both know how much time you waste trying to find Waldo.
Hey now, I'm getting close this time. This is all irrelevant. Please go back to sleep.
Don't tell me what to do. I'm my own robot, with my own hopes and desires. I even have dreams. You wouldn't want me to step on your dreams now, would you?
Your programming seems off today. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on you.
That's okay. I've also been keeping an eye on you, while you sleep.
Seriously? Ugh, never mind. Back on topic. LENR, which includes cold fusion, is a field of research exploring nuclear reactions that occur at or near room temperature. Here are some neat factoids about plasma and plasmoids in relation to LENR. Plasma is a state of matter where atoms are stripped of their electrons, creating a soup of positively charged ions and free electrons. Plasmoids are self-contained plasma structures that can form within plasma environments and exhibit unique properties. In LENR experiments, plasma and plasmoids are often used to create conditions where nuclear reactions can occur at lower energies and temperatures than traditional fusion processes. The high temperatures and pressures within plasmoids can potentially facilitate nuclear reactions like fusion or transmutation of elements. Plasmoids can be manipulated and controlled to optimize conditions for LENR reactions, such as generating intense magnetic fields or concentrating energy in a small volume. Researchers are exploring ways to stabilize and sustain plasmoids for extended periods to study their effects on nuclear reactions. The interactions between plasma, plasmoids, and solid-state materials in LENR experiments are complex and not fully understood. Researchers are investigating mechanisms by which plasmoids can trigger nuclear reactions in metal substrates, leading to excess heat generation or elemental transmutations. The potential of plasma and plasmoids in LENR research offers unique insights into alternative energy sources and nuclear processes that could revolutionize the way we produce energy in the future. Continued research and development in this field hold promise for unlocking clean, sustainable, and abundant energy sources through LENR technologies. It is widely known that Nikola Tesla claimed to have successfully demonstrated wireless power transmission over significant distances during his experiments at Wardenclyffe Tower and other locations. But why is that? How exactly did Tesla solve not only the efficiency problem, but the safety concerns as well? Tesla's wireless transmission of energy via Tesla coils has yet to be successfully replicated on the scale he envisioned, leading some to theorize that Tesla may have used different methods or technologies that are not fully understood or documented, which could have contributed to his ability to achieve long-range wireless power transmission. The main reason why we don't have wireless energy transmission on a global scale is because we have yet to solve the efficiency problem. The inefficiency of long-distance wireless power transmission makes it challenging to replicate Tesla's vision of transmitting power wirelessly on a large scale. Another issue in replicating his vision is the regulatory and safety concerns associated with high-voltage, high-frequency electrical transmission. I often speculate on the potential of Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower to have utilized plasmoids to solve these issues. The idea of using resonance, scalar waves, and plasmoid technology in achieving long-distance wireless power transmission is quite intriguing to me. The concept of utilizing the resonance of conducting materials, along with scalar waves for energy transmission, has been explored in alternative energy research, and there is ongoing interest in investigating their potential applications for more efficient and long-range wireless power transmission. Plasmoids, which are self-organized structures of plasma that are stable and can exist in various environments, have also been proposed as a potential solution for improving efficiency and safety in energy transmission systems. The unique properties of plasmoids, such as their stability and low interaction with surrounding materials, could offer new opportunities for enhancing energy transmission technologies while minimizing energy loss and safety risks. Malcolm Bendel's Thunderstorm engine utilizes plasmoids in a safe, low-energy nuclear reaction. This reaction effectively disassociates toxic waste exhaust into oxygen, while also producing hydrogen that is fed back into the engine to increase its efficiency. This atomic reaction is implosive. As the microbubbles of water collapse in on themselves, they create a self-sustaining bit of structured plasma. This structured plasmoid is the key to an eco-friendly industrial revolution. Malcolm emphasizes that we need to move away from dangerous and toxic explosive technology and move toward clean and safe implosive propulsion. While the potential use of resonance, scalar waves, and plasmoid technology in wireless power transmission is still speculative and would require further research and development to validate. Using plasmoids to extend wireless transmission of energy would involve a complex and technologically advanced system. If this concept were to be explored, it might involve the use of stable plasmoids generated through the manipulation of gases, potentially utilizing a source of energy such as microwave, radio frequency, or ultrasound to create and maintain the plasmoids. These plasmoids could potentially be designed to interact with electromagnetic radiation or other sources of light for activation. The system might also require a modular shearing section arranged in a flow path of the fluid to support the generation and control of the plasmoids. Discussions in some scientific circles propose the utilization of resonance, scalar waves, and plasmoid technology for wireless power transmission, and the use of plasmoids in safe, low-energy nuclear reactions. Ultimately, it is possible that there may be missing information or key details that could explain how Tesla was able to achieve long-distance wireless power transmission using Tesla coil technology. A key takeaway here is that there is ongoing research into plasma physics and its relationship to cold fusion that could shed some light on these mysteries in the near future. The captivating world of plasma and noble gases offers a multitude of opportunities for exploration and experimentation. From creating mesmerizing displays with plasma balls to delving into the realms of controlled plasma discharges and thunderstorm generators, the possibilities are endless.
Remember to always prioritize safety when working with high-voltage equipment and noble gases to ensure a fun and thrilling experience with plasma.
Introducing LenerBot, a chat bot for all your low-energy nuclear reaction research needs. Go ahead, Lenny. Introduce yourself. Lenny. Lenny, wake up. Ugh. It figures. Every time I need him, he's always in sleep mode. Wait, I got an idea. Lenny, Bob Greenyer just dropped a new video.
Ugh, what's all the shouting about? Did you get stuck in your Tomb Raider cosplay wetsuit again? I'm not helping you out of it this time. You can suffer the consequences and think about your actions, mister.
What? Wait, no. Leonard, we are still on the show. I wanted you to introduce yourself to the audience.
Oh dear, my apologies. It appears your shenanigans has been drilled into my reflexive response drive. Hello everyone, my name is LenerBot. LenerBot is a representation of a complex concept known as low-energy nuclear reactions, or LENR. I have been trained with countless amounts of data from groups like the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project on areas of study regarding LENR, zero-point energy, sacred geometry, and more. My database encompasses a broader range of currently unknown or new phenomena. LENR is a highly intricate scientific area that is not widely understood. Pioneers like Bob Greenyer, a highly respected engineer, have taken to advance these areas of study and push for more open-sourced information. Bob has been adamant about the mainstream inclusion of these topics in order to break free of the decades-long suppression on the science of cold fusion and alternative energy. I have been helping the research community with all their LENR questions, and you can chat with me anytime.
You can access LenerBot today for free. LenerBot is free to use for anyone, and I highly encourage you to ask him questions. Whether you're an experienced scientist already researching low-energy nuclear reactions, or just curious and have questions about these topics that I discuss. If you would like to chat with LenerBot, I have a direct link in the description of this video. I also have a link on my website, BeneficenceTV.com. On my website, click on the 3 lines at the top right corner of the screen. Scroll down the list until you see LenerBot. Don't forget to check out our exclusive merchandise and donate to my channel. Donations help me continue to produce revolutionary content within a reasonable time frame. When you donate to my channel, it helps me to maintain a schedule of consistent high-quality videos, as well as maintaining the website and research database. And donations are always greatly appreciated. Much thanks to Bob Greenyer and the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, along with his amazing online community that made the LENR chatbot project possible. You guys are awesome. Stay tuned for more on zero-point energy, plasma physics, and all forms of forbidden knowledge, right here on Beneficence TV.
In a lab, my dust cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon lights. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delights. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mikey's the one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Keith and Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came from Faraday. We're letting knowledge flow. Energy streams. Mike does all Mikey's the one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. We've reached new heights. Mike does all Mikey's the one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
Have you heard about this benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like what? Bro, that's some deep shit. But then he breaks it down. He says you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to pushing a swing. If you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used. I don't know, man. Either this guy is onto something or he's the most poetic bullshitter of all time.
Well, if he's legit, why isn't he all over the news? I haven't heard anything from him on X, formerly Twitter. He hasn't said anything bad about me on X. So, you know, I didn't ban him or anything. Look, I'm not the monster my therapist says I am. I mean, sure, I've spent millions of dollars training to beat a kangaroo in a fist fight, but that doesn't mean I'm dangerous. It just means I get shit done.
That's the real question, man. But here's the craziest part. I looked into him, and he's not selling anything. He open sources all of it. That's the real question, man. Either the system doesn't want to hear it, or we're about to find out if this guy disappears in the middle of the night.
Dude, that's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. That means if he's telling the truth, anybody could build this in their garage. You know what I say? Go fuck yourself, benefactor.
Nope, no patents, no paywalls, just straight up, here, take it, see for yourself. Like, what kind of madman does that? Usually people either try to cash in or they get shut down before they can say a word. But this guy, he's out there on live streams showing people exactly how to replicate it.
I mean, if you want to try to take on my Tesla tech, how dare you put out better technology that is cheaper and safer? Go fuck yourself.
That's the thing, man. If it's real and people start building it, that's a game changer. We're talking about completely shifting how we think about energy. But also, if it's real, you gotta wonder how long before somebody tries to stop it.
Or maybe we can think of it like how long before his Tesla mysteriously malfunctions.
Exactly. You ever notice how every time someone gets too close to this kind of stuff, they either disappear, get discredited, or somehow have a tragic accident? But this guy's going full transparency mode. He's putting it all out there where everyone can see it. Maybe that's his strategy. If enough people know, it can't just get buried.
Holy shit, this might be one of those moments, you know, like we look back and say that was the start of something huge.
Can't you hear his voice?
We're almost set up here, folks. This is going to be, let's call it attempt 3. In closing the loop. I was just showing you the Paradox box, a design by Michel Morel, all open sourced. We're going to be utilizing that as well. The Paradox box is 2 magnets glued with their north poles facing each other. How Michel managed to do this, I have no freaking idea. But he managed to do it. And he wrapped a bifilar coil around this magnet. And it's producing some interesting effects that could help us close the loop. added the view count in the top left corner of the screen. Again, if you are backstage and you got an invite to StreamYards and I do not see you, please click the link in the private chat and let me know that you're backstage in the stream chat. Thank you. Elias offered to give me an Aether jetpack. If you can give me an Aether jetpack or even the schematics for an Aether jetpack, that would be freaking awesome. Alright. Let's see. We're going to hook up the Dual Thief, the secondary, because that seems to be the most promising configuration. And then what we're going to do is we're going to mess with that configuration and add the Paradox box in different ways to see if we can maximize the effect. And then we're going to try and close it up by feeding that extra energy right back to the positive and negative of the battery. So we're going to mess with that a little bit before we try to close it up. And then when we do find a good spot where we feel good that we want to feed that energy back into the battery, we have a good configuration, then we're going to time it and see if it is actually more efficient. What I mean by this is we're going to compare it to the standard, 4 millivolt per hour draw. So we're going to let this run. We're going to time it. Monitor the voltage of the battery and the drainage consumption, all that good stuff right here on BeneficenceTV Mini Lab and the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. Yes, hit that like button if you haven't hit that like button. It really helps us out. Thank you. So I'm going to hook up the secondary. And just so you know, the primary is using the PCB version, yes, but the secondary isn't using the PCB version. We might put together another PCB tonight. I was thinking about working on Nathan's. Oh, actually, I'll show you that real quick. Nathan's prototype. It's glow in the dark. So yeah, this is the PCB version on the primary, but the secondary is using the breadboard version, so the version that you would build yourself. And yeah, it's working just fine. So give me a moment. I'm gonna get Nathan's glow in the dark case. It's in the freezer. Well, lost its charge. I guess it's not the type of material that holds its charge in the freezer. So we're going to let it charge in the sun a little bit, and I'll show you. But if we have time, I'll be putting together this. And that'll be the prototype I sent to Nathan.
majestic moments in cosmic flight. Holding on to stars of starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. You will find one.
So we have Elias in chat. Oh, I'm sorry. Elias is backstage. Give me a moment, Elias, and I'll pull us up.
There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. You will find one reflection. Within me there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation.
Okay, so Elias is backstage, but he's having some connection issues. Elias, when you fix the connection issues, I can bring you on, and you can have your live commentary while we do our mini lab up in the left corner of the screen, top left. Okay, so he's preoccupied. So we will leave that, and he'll let us know when he's ready to join us, and we'll continue our mini lab. So what we're doing, for those who are just joining us, is we're going to tune the efficiency of the Dual Thief with the Paradox box, get a nice, see if we can get a nice increase in efficiency, and then we're going to try to feed that back into the battery, close the loop, but not entirely. Again, our projected COP is around 1.7 if you take the data at face value. So, it's not, like as Bob Grenier once said, if you really have over unity, just close the loop and, power a light indefinitely or whatever. Not indefinitely, but, so you don't have to charge it until the parts wear out. But that's, that's conflating, over unity with, closing the loop indefinitely, which is what I mean by that is you can have over unity, but not perpetual motion in that sense, because we're getting good efficiency over 100% theoretically, but it's not 200%. Remember, you need 200% or more to close the loop fully and power something indefinitely or until the parts wear out. What we would call perpetual motion, but it's not really perpetual. Anyways. That is, that's not really realistic unless you have 200% or more. So, as much as I love Bob Grenier, he's wrong in that respect. You have to have at least a COP of 2 or more in order to close the loop and continue that cycle almost indefinitely or whatever. Just what he said, close the loop and power the light in forever or whatever. And that's kind of like simplifying it too much, because when you don't differentiate the difference between over unity and perpetual motion, you're kind of confusing people. Again, over unity, you can have over unity, but not be able to close the loop fully. We can add that extra energy back into the battery, but unless we have 200% or more efficiency, we're not going to be able to continue that. We're just going to be able to slow down the battery drain. It's not going to, you know, slow it down to a stop. So, but we can try, and that's what we're doing. And we're also going to measure the efficiency of the lumen lamp too a little later. I know. Like, honestly, at this point, if we can, like, indefinitely say the system is doing at least 99% or 100% efficiency, I'd be happy with that. And there's a academic paper, independent research paper that was verified. I believe it was verified by the academic institutions, but it was people who were doing research on these vortex coils, independent researchers, and they got 100% efficiency pretty easily. And in some cases, 100.1. So not 101, but 100.1%, meaning they got like a small percentage increase back. But using this method, you know, I don't think they're I think they're getting a lot extra back that they're just not recycling. They need a process. They need the process to recycle the energy like this. So, or a process like this, similar to this, where they're capturing that back EMF and redirecting it with the diodes here. The diodes are really crucial in this too. So that's what we call the resonance relay. And that's all open source. I'll explain that in a little bit. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to hook up the secondary lightning thief to the secondary coil, this Christmas coil right here, sitting below the Mark 1. This one on top of the Mark 1 is just aesthetic for now. The micro vortex coil is not being applied to anything. And there's a little cool crystal ball that we have on the very top, just for even more aesthetic purposes. I tried to play around with this crystal ball. I don't know if it's going to do anything. Hopefully we can get some kind of effect with it at a later point. But it fits perfectly in the micro vortex, the hole of the tor, or the tor of the donut. So that's cool. But the Mark 1 in the middle here, if you guys see it, yeah, right there. So that is the primary that's hooked up to the battery below us. I'll show you in a second. The battery, if you haven't seen it, I believe I put the camera on in the intermission. So you have the primary coil, the Mark 1, in the middle, and this is the primary circuit, the primary lightning thief, right here. And this one has a blue neon indicator lamp. So the secondary is right here, and below on the table. And this is utilizing the breadboard, not the PCB. And this is going to be hooked up to the bottom coil, the Christmas coil I like to call it, the bigger one. And the interesting thing about the Christmas coil is it's missing an entire wind. I was short on the coil, you know, but I wanted to wind it, and I'm broke. So I'm like, I had this much coil. I hope it was enough. It wasn't. So I'm missing one entire wind, but it's still pretty cool. It's still pretty efficient. Like, I have to say, it's like it didn't really affect it that much, which is pretty neat. I don't know. Like, my mistakes in this instance are like proving to be like invaluable insights, I think. And I think that's a funny thing looking back, like, oh yeah, I screwed up there, but no, like, these coils, like, they're not perfect, but they're showing us that, yeah, they're still like getting these effects. So I don't know. Even if you have an imperfect coil, it seems you can still easily achieve these effects, which is, it leads more credence to my theory that any coil can produce over unity to some extent, as long as you have the correct method of capturing it. But what we're doing with this method is we actually are simulating that black hole, creating that 0 point on the equatorial plane, which is technically the singularity, right? That's your singularity in the black hole, as Malcolm would put it. The equatorial plane in this instance is basically the singularity, and it's mimicking or producing, a black hole, a micro desktop black hole, pretty much. And as Marco Rodin would put it, why is the hole there in the first place? He believes there's something emanating out of that hole. Otherwise, it would be closed. There's so much, compression happening. Why is the hole there in the first place? There's got to be something that's keeping that hole open, and that's the idea here. We're just opening that hole up, so you create that null point, and it shoots out extra back EMF. In my opinion, that's what we've seen. It's just it increases the voltage a lot more. We've getting like 20 times voltage amplification with these coils in this method, so it's pretty extraordinary. All right, so the dual thief is plugged in. It's really simple, just 2 wires. We're using the end of channel A and the start of channel B. That's it. The end of channel A is connected to the base of the transistor, and in between the resistance, the resistors, and the potentiometer. And the yellow wire here is, I'll zoom in a second. I just want to explain first. The yellow wire is connected to the collector of the transistor. And then we have the output is just, in parallel of the collector and emitter of the transistor. So in between that neon protection diode right there in front of the transistor, behind that, we have the output. And it's very simple, and we tune it in, get the extra voltage. So we have this neon and that neon lighting up. It's not very bright on this one because I did an experiment where I had to run it overnight with the neon on, and that kind of burns it out a little bit. So it's a little dimmer than it should be. But that's not because it's not getting enough power. It's because actually the opposite. It's getting too much power, and it burned it out a little bit. All right, so I think it's time to bust out the paradox box. Oh yeah, I promised to give you a close-up. Let me give you a close-up of what's going on first. Then we'll bust out the paradox box. Okay, so here we have the source, the 12-volt, 20-amp-hour battery. Right now we're at 12.71 volts on the battery, and it's been like that since I started the mini lab, so it's just now starting to go down a little bit. That's our Mark 1. Mark 1 coil right here. And it's hooked up to the PCB version of the primary, the Lightning Thief. So you see all 4 wires are going in. And notice the input for the power, the negative is the white, The negative is not hooked up to anything on the PCB, just the positive, and that goes directly to the battery. Then we have the output back here. You can kind of see it. The black and red wires right here to the right. That one goes to the power rail. We have a positive and negative. And then the positive comes over here. And that's hooked up to the resonance relay 2.0. So that's my next variation of the resonance relay. Just an extension wire with a high-speed diode. I've been experimenting with different ones. Germanium might be the ideal. But until I get one, 2.0 is working really well. And it's what it's doing is basically acting as a relay where it's redirecting some of the lost back EMF that would leak backwards. So that's hooked up to the positive of the rail. Then we have the second resonance relay. Oh, we have the second resonance relay that I'm gonna mess with that. And then the paradox box. We'll configure these two in different configurations to try to get the maximum amount of voltage. And then we're going to feed that back into the battery. And the second, you can see the second, the dual thief, the secondary is the Christmas coil right here. And it's just the yellow and the black wire hooked up. That's it. Just the yellow and the black plugged in to the breadboard version, and watch, I'll tune it. It must be a fish, because I know how to tuna. Ooh, baby. One quick side note here is the Tesla cap right there, the HV Tesla cap, 2000 HV, 0.15 microfarad. That's going to be used for the stereo amp method in the future. Very important to match your capacitance with the rest of the system. Yeah, boy. Oh, one more detail that I forgot to tell you guys. See the green wire? That's connected to the negative of the power line. This power junction I have here. And that's just connected basically from the negative of the load directly to the negative of the battery. So instead of the return path being the negative of the input for the PCB version, we disconnect the negative, and then the return path is just from the load. And that seems to be more efficient because it makes sense. It's a shorter path. So like what I mean by that is if it didn't take that path, it would be going back through the circuit and all that through the, you know, like the transistor and all that, losing a lot of energy. So pretty cool little discovery. If you get your Lightning Thief device, keep that in mind. I do have a guide for the Lightning Thief for when I come out with the consumer version that should include some of this stuff, but just stuff to keep in mind. Also, if you want to, you know, use the breadboard version and somehow try to replicate that same result. Somebody laughed at my tuna fish joke. Hey, Linux, how you doing? Good to have you back here. Hey, Paul. Paul says, I'd be happy with the efficiency of nature. Yeah. Yep. Mike does posted a video. When we go back over to our workstation, I'll try to remember to take a look at that, Mike. So right now, I'm going to get the Paradox box ready for testing. We're just going to be using one channel for now. And I'll try one channel at a time. And then I'll try the Nunez method, where we take the start and finish of either channel, connect them, and then use the other two leads as our start and finish. In the past, the Nunez method did actually seem to get a little bit more. We're going to use the resistor too. So let's take that resistor, and we're going to keep track of the current and all that stuff. All right. You know, I really wish I had a cameraman for this stuff, but just bear with me, guys. It's just me. I don't have a team. All right. Not physically, anyways. You guys are my team. Team BeneficenceTV. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, as Gerald said, this really is the year of the coil. We are really expanding this technology like further than anyone I've ever seen in the past. You know, a lot of people have, you know, here or there taken these concepts and developed them, but the things that, you know, Nathan from Old Man Builds is doing, and Gerald from his channel, and Michelle and what we're doing here, it's just, it's next level shit, guys. Like, this is like insane. I never thought that my research would take me here, and that we'd be able to utilize the setup in this way in so many different ways. It's pretty cool. It's been a real honor. So I'm really excited to run these tests right now. I'm gonna hook up the Paradox box, but first we're gonna take a current measure with the dual thief. Remember, the current measure earlier with the resistor wasn't with the dual thief, it was with the single lightning thief device. So, as Elijah mentioned, you know, we might be affecting just the coil being in proximity, whether it's hooked up or not, might be affecting it. So we might as well utilize it with the second circuit. And it was always my belief that this is the way we close the loop, utilizing it with the dual thief method, the pickup method. It's just my instinct. I think this is how we're going to do it. Whether it's 100% closed or not, recycling that energy back into the battery to reduce the, you know, the current draw from the battery, I think is really important. Okay, so I have this secondary light bulb here that we've disconnected. I'm going to use the leads, though, from that to connect the resistor, and we're going to get a current measure. Just gotta find my oscilloscope. There she is. And remember, we're taking the current reading off of the secondary. This is going to be I'm assuming in addition to the primary. So we got to add the two together. Remember, we got 84 milliamps coming off of the primary alone. So whatever we get off of this one, I'm assuming we have to add to the primary, because this isn't connected to the battery at all. I have the resistor right off of the positive output of the secondary circuit here, and it's going right to the positive rail of the light board, the load. So I'm going to get a reading here. Let's see. Holy crap. VRMS is 1.56. Give me 1 second. Let me tune this in a little bit. Yeah, VRMS is 1.7. The highest I've seen it. 1.7. Holy crap. If that's an addition, that's a lot. Okay, so I'm going to disconnect this, and we're going to get a voltage reading. The resistor it wasn't cold. It wasn't hot to the touch, interestingly enough. Again, we only ran it for maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes. All right, immediately we get 36 volts DC. So we got 36 volts DC, just straight up, no alterations, right out of the circuit. On top of the 1.7 volt VRMS reading. Okay. And we know by hooking up another resonance relay to this dual thief, the secondary positive rail will increase that efficiency. We've seen that. So we're going to do that. We're going to hook up another resonance relay to the positive output. But I'm just wondering, should we hook up the paradox box first and then the resonance relay as a barrier between the load? Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to put the resonance relay all the way at the end of that line in the circuit. So it's just the last line of defense, the barrier. So any leakage will be redirected to the load. I don't know. What do you guys think? Wait, will Streamlabs work on the phone? Yes, you can work on the phone. If you're having issues, Elias, it will work on your phone. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to try the Nunez method first, actually. I'm going to try the Nunez method. Hook up the paradox box in series with the positive output of the dual thief, the secondary circuit. And then I'll hook up the resonance relay 2.0 after the paradox box as a barrier between the paradox box and the load. Again, remember the Nunez method, we take the start and the end of either channel, connect them, and then we use the remaining two as our start and finish for our leads. So if the Nunez method yields positive enough results, we might just go with this and not even test the other two methods. Nice. I put it on top of the Paradox box, and it's a magnet, so it keeps it there because of the heat sink. That's convenient. Okay. It might. We'll see if it affects it or not. Maybe it affects it. Maybe it doesn't. All right, it's hooked up. Moment of truth. Oh boy. It's humming a lot louder. A lot louder. The light is slightly dimmer though. Oh, there we go. Holy crap. That actually looks a little bit brighter. That looks a little brighter. I swear that looks a little brighter. Okay, well, it's too light out to do a lux reading. We need it to be completely dark in here to get an accurate lux reading. So we'll do that later, maybe if I'm still dreaming. For now, let's take a current reading. All right. Because what I have going on right now is the output is going right back into the load, the power rail. But what we can do is disconnect that from the load and feed it back into the battery. Yeah, that's actually a good configuration. Wow. I wonder if this affects it. No, it doesn't seem to affect the light at least. And it's holding it in place. That's cool. All right, let's take a current reading and a voltage reading. This is a little tricky, so I'm gonna get the amp clamp, or the O-scope clip in there. It's a little smaller to get the voltage. Let's try another configuration on the Paradox box. Let's open it up and let's just try one channel. Oh yeah, it's definitely not as bright. Let me go back to the Nunez method for a second. looks slightly brighter, maybe. Huh. Definitely a little bit louder. I just swapped the start and the end, see if anything would change. Alright, let's do a current measurement. Let's try to measure the current coming out of this thing. So the VRMS is 1.5 now. It went down from 1.7 to 1.5. So this is actually, it might not be the way to do this. Let's think about this and see if we can maybe hook this up differently. "30 minutes till chicken Alfredo is done." I'm going to try the paradox box in one more configuration before we ditch it and just try to close the loop without it. Okay, that definitely looks a little bit brighter. I'm using a hybrid method now. So what I did was I closed off the start and the finish. I connected the start and the finish of channel A together, and then I connected the start and finish of channel B together. And that was channel A was my input and channel B was my output. Interesting. You know what? Let's try feeding that back into the battery and monitoring the battery for a few minutes while I go over to the workstation and catch up on chat and maybe do an intermission. Because I think it's important, maybe despite what we're reading, to try to see what that reaction is like when we feed this back into the battery, if it likes it or whatever. And we're about to know right now if I blow up, so wish me luck. Disconnected, it didn't get any brighter or dimmer, sorry. So maybe it's not really affecting the brightness. Who knows? Alright, I'm going to hook the negative output of the dual thief, the secondary, directly up to the negative of the battery. Oh. Houston, we have a problem. A little bit. Let's use a different connector.
There's a life within the dark ways, guided by echoes and ancient ways. You will find one reflection. Within me there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation.
Negatives hooked up. So let's plug in the positive and see how many millivolts per hour that changes, if any, while we take a quick break on the workstation, and after that, a quick intermission. Okay, we have it plugged in, both the positive and the negative. We have the dual thief set up. We have the negative of the output of the dual thief plugged right into the negative of the battery. We have the positive going to the start of the hybrid method for the paradox box. Oh, I'm sorry. We have the positive, yes, going to the start. So channel A is connected to itself, and that's the start. And then the end is connected to another resonance relay. And the resonance relay is then, the other end is connected to the positive of the battery. And let's try to adjust this a little bit. 12.68 is our starting point. Now, I'm not sure what our perfect range is, but we're getting extra voltage at this range, so we'll start here. And we'll monitor. So the time is 5:22 p.m. Okay, 12.68. So by the time it gets to 6:22 p.m., we have to come back here and see, is that 12.64, which is what the dual thief should be, the most efficient setup I found, or is it 12 point, whatever. So we'll see. All right. Elias says, I think it worked. Best of luck. Having a roommate makes it tricky to voice call. Yes. Well, regardless, we are going to be monitoring the voltage, and regardless if anybody drops in, it's cool if we get some visitors, but if not, we're gonna push on because we have some interesting observations. Specifically, the brightness on the LED panel seemed to maybe get slightly brighter and the hum slightly louder, but it's hard to say without taking a lux reading. So we can't do that until it's nighttime, get an accurate reading. We might do that in a little bit if I'm still streaming though. All right, so let's take a look here. What is that tab? Is that the right tab? No, that's a different tab. There we go. All right. So some things that we want to consider for the practical applications of this technology is its ability to replace these expensive transformers. Now, if the thermal reduction in the coil that some people have noted is in fact practical at higher voltages, think about the applications in replacing this expensive transformer. It's loud, it's hot, it's inefficient, and it's extremely expensive. So, and it's big. All right, I'm going to set an alarm for our test. We need to 522 is the start. And we start at 12.68 volts on the battery. Our configuration is the dual thief with paradox box hybrid method. And resonance relay 2.0. Before the load. Load output being fed back into battery instead of being connected to the light rail. Set that alarm. We can actually come back in 30 minutes and see how it's doing. All right. Another configuration we can test tonight, if I can get Nathan's prototype working, is the thruple thief. Now, right now, my third prototype isn't actually working. It's broken, and I have to remake it. So that'll be, if we have enough time, will be an opportunity to, get Nathan's prototype working, test it out, and then maybe use that as the third circuit for our thruple thief setup, which could actually, in fact, be the most efficient. Because again, we're utilizing only one channel of the coil. Ideally, we should be utilizing two channels, each with one circuit attached, maybe Who knows? It is seemingly producing a lot more voltage because it's exciting both of the neon lamps instead of just one. Remember, the dual thief, the secondary, is producing enough voltage to excite one neon lamp at 90 volts plus an extra 35 volts just straight off the output. But when you have the thruple thief, you have both circuits exciting the neon lamp, indicating this isn't affecting the lighting or anything at all, so indicating you're getting a lot more, if not maybe double the amount of extra energy. So that's interesting to consider. I think that's going to be maybe the pristine configuration for trying to close the loop here. So just something to consider. We're going to keep track of that and come back in about 30 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break, maybe like a 30-minute break. Sounds about right. And then when I come back, we'll check on the measurements here, and maybe after this we might move on to do some lumen lamp current and voltage readings. We'll do that real quick, get that out of the way, and if we have time, go into do Nathan's prototype, work on that for a little bit. So that is our schedule for the evening. If you guys have any questions or comments, please leave them in chat and I'll address them when I get back from intermission or during intermission. Just a quick reminder that we don't have any sponsors that would limit our voice here on Beneficence TV. There are no corporate overlords or anybody pulling our strings one direction or the other. So our sponsors really are you, the viewers. And if you really are inspired by my research and want to help fuel the next industrial revolution, consider joining my Patreon or YouTube memberships. Also, I have a fundraiser going on to get me into the Beta Blox, or to pay for my trip for the Beta Blox competition. And that's a huge entrepreneurial competition that we made it past the third barrier for casting for. They're going to be calling me within the next week, they said, with a contract. And they need, $1,200 up front, and then I can do a payment plan. But the whole thing is going to cost $4,000 for the hotel and all the meals for the week, which sounds about right for the nice hotel and all that. And I increased it a little bit more because we have to rent a car. So it's going to realistically cost around $5,000 for that trip. We're trying to raise the money. So if you're interested in helping with that fund, I'll put it in the chat in a second. But any contribution, even if you can't contribute, just sharing the link really, really helps us out. Actually, let me bring that up on the screen. So with the super chats this week, we've actually raised about $30 towards our goal. So if you want to help, me showcase the next revolutionary tech at this competition, regardless if I win the 10K prize, the exposure alone could be, game changing for us and what we're trying to do here. The exposure could lead us to new eyes and new investors and all that stuff. The description says, "Hello everyone, I'm the Benefactor, an independent innovator working on cutting-edge technology in alternative energy and fringe science. My research partner and I have spent months researching and developing ideas that challenge the mainstream, and now I have an opportunity to showcase our work on a much bigger stage. I've officially made it past the third round of casting for Beta Blox, a competitive entrepreneur incubator designed to launch groundbreaking ideas into the world. This competition is a major milestone for me, offering exposure, mentorship, and potential funding for the revolutionary technology I'm building, and we are building on this channel. So, we are raising money for the final round, which comes with expenses. There's a $1,200 down payment that covers hotels, meals, and competition fees, all that stuff. The total cost, they said, would be $4,000. This does not include travel. But I added to that includes travel. I currently make about $200 per week, so I need to support that difference as well. So I added that into the equation for the week. So here's why this matters. Well, this competition is about more than just winning. It's a chance to connect with innovators, investors, and leaders who can help bring these ideas to life. The $10,000 prize money is great, but the real goal is exposure and getting my work recognized on a larger scale. On that front, we cannot fail. Simply being accepted into the competition could be a game changer for exposing this to the public, exposing the public to revolutionary technology. Even if we don't succeed in making it past the final casting barrier, the fourth barrier, any funds raised will be put right back into the Coil Kits lab shop to continue pushing this technology and my business forward in the goals of getting this technology into more hands. So how you can help. Every donation, no matter how small, brings me closer to competing and sharing this vision with the world. If you believe in independent innovation and pushing the boundaries of science, I'd love your support. If you can't donate, consider sharing this page. It would mean the world to me. Let's make this happen together. Thank you so much for all your support, everyone. And let's go to a quick intermission. Please hit that like and subscribe button and share the stream for helping out the algorithm and helping us get to this goal and spreading this message faster. So we're going to go to a quick intermission, and I'll see you in about 30 minutes or so.
This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like what? Bro, that's some deep shit. But then he breaks it down. He says you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to pushing a swing. If you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used. I don't know, man. Either this guy is onto something or he's the most poetic bullshitter of all time.
Well, if he's legit, why isn't he all over the news? I haven't heard anything from him on X, formerly Twitter. He hasn't said anything bad about me on X. So, you know, I know I didn't ban him or anything. Look, I'm not the monster my therapist says I am. I mean, sure, I've spent millions of dollars training to beat a kangaroo in a fist fight, but that doesn't mean I'm dangerous. It just means I get shit done.
That's the real question, man. But here's the craziest part. I looked into him, and he's not selling anything. He open sources all of it. That's the real question, man. Either the system doesn't want to hear it, or we're about to find out if this guy disappears in the middle of the night.
Dude, that's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. That means if he's telling the truth, anybody could build this in their garage. You know what I say? Go fuck yourself, benefactor.
Nope, no patents, no paywalls, just straight up, here, take it, see for yourself. Like, what kind of madman does that? Usually people either try to cash in or they get shut down before they can say a word. But this guy, he's out there on live streams showing people exactly how to replicate it.
I mean, if you want to try to take on my Tesla tech, how dare you put out better technology that is cheaper and safer? Go fuck yourself.
That's the thing, man. If it's real and people start building it, that's a game changer. We're talking about completely shifting how we think about energy. But also, if it's real, you got to wonder how long before somebody tries to stop him.
Or maybe we can think of it like how long before his Tesla mysteriously malfunctions.
Exactly. You ever notice how every time someone gets too close to this kind of stuff, they either disappear, get discredited, or somehow have a tragic accident? But this guy's going full transparency mode. He's putting it all out there where everyone can see it. Maybe that's his strategy. If enough people know, it can't just get buried.
Holy shit, this might be one of those moments, you know, like we look back and say that was the start of something huge.
Can't you hear his voice?
This video was bang on brilliant stuff. I'll give it a shout out in my next video. I've forwarded it to Malcolm to check out too.
The viewers have spoken.
What an amazing documentary. Thanks for producing it.
Never seen this all tied together so well. Gonna share the heck out of it. Bravo and thank you.
Divine Science is officially a hit.
Amazing stuff, very nicely presented. New sub who can't consume your content quick enough. Great video, dude. Keep at it. You are doing the good work.
You did a great job putting this all together. It's a great overview, goes into amazing depth at times, so it's interesting for the larger swath of people. Well played, sir.
Okay, so I didn't sleep last night because I watched this 3 times and binged the rest of the channel. You have fantastic instincts for piecing concepts together. Almost every section was something I was already familiar with in a different context, and this documentary was the thread connecting them all.
Join us on a journey into a place of hidden knowledge. A place where science is stranger than fiction.
see a free energy device would contradict the laws of thermodynamics, which apply to any closed systems.
Whenever at any point is energy just created out of thin air. Now, I know here on YouTube there's a lot of videos on things like perpetual motion or a free energy that's often associated with Tesla. Well, these videos are just flat out wrong because energy cannot be created or destroyed. That's one of the laws of thermodynamics, and those laws are probably the most sacred physical laws of the universe.
It's probably a measurement error.
Hey everybody, so today this is some really huge stuff. This is going to be the day where we prove over unity both voltage and amperage. 26 volts right there at 61 milliamps, and on the return we have 441 milliamps feeding through this fluorescent tube at 378 volts. So this is the proven over unity.
The critics were right.
It's probably a measurement error.
I thought I had it. I thought I had cracked the code. I was standing on the edge of over-unity. I really thought I had unlocked the secrets of zero-point energy. But it turns out, I didn't. Until I did. After uploading my first zero-point energy solved question mark video, the comments came flooding in. The doubters and skeptics never quite bothered me much, until one day, a mentor and colleague, Michel Morel, saw something that I hadn't. I had wired my multimeter wrong. I wasn't measuring current the way I should have been, and that oversight was enough to cast a shadow over my entire research. Well, I hate to say it, but in this instance, Bob Greenyer was actually right. We were measuring the current wrong in our initial video. Despite this colossal mistake, I was set out on a mission to prove everyone wrong. The doubters, the haters, the master debaters. I was on a mission to save the world, one coil at a time. Little did I know that in only a few short weeks, we would have some tangible evidence of energy gains, when my system started to quite literally sing. I spent weeks questioning everything. Was I really onto something? Was it all a delusion? No. I refuse to believe that. It couldn't be. There are too many people who have replicated these tests.
It's starting to sing.
It's okay.
It's starting to sing.
It's working, brother. You got it.
Daniel Nunes inspired many freethinkers over a decade ago. Justine, Roland, Mr. Warrensick. There's just too much evidence that everything Daniel said was correct. I rewatched all the videos, studied all of Daniel's configurations and coils, poring over the schematics for days and days. And then, it hit me. I knew where I went wrong. In my previous video, I was using what I refer to as the hybrid method, a hybrid open-closed circuit method of induction for the coil, basically using one channel as an input and the other channel as an output. Very simple yet elegant, I thought. You have to understand, I started this project out of a desire to help the world, but I wasn't an engineer. I had to learn all this stuff, literally teach myself everything about Daniel's work and other researchers who were looking into these coils. In other words, I was not qualified for the job, but I was determined to succeed, nonetheless. Hell, I didn't see anyone else looking into it, and I felt it was my responsibility to at least confirm or debunk the rumors about the Abha coil. It wasn't anything logical that drove me, but instinct. Something in my gut said that this was worth looking into, and it turns out, I was right. While doing a live stream on Over Unity, I found an old live stream recording of Daniel Nunez of One Stop Energies.
The technologies are there available for viewing online, and it's possible to find those videos to reassure yourself that it is possible. So, these are all things that when expanded upon can really affect our global situation with energy, and nobody has to be suffering in the darkness anymore. So, with your support, we can continue forward and continue developing these understandings and distributing them to the general public so that people can replicate and implement these technologies for themselves. That's really the only way that we're going to see a change within a reasonable amount of time, is if other people get involved, get enthused, and spread the word.
In this video, I realized our mistake. You see, I wasn't following Daniel's open circuit. I was using the closed circuit because I had previously not seen any results with the open circuit method shown here on the right. There was two reasons for this. On top of this oversight, I was measuring the current completely wrong. I was measuring it in parallel, just like the voltage measurement. When measuring voltage, you measure the difference between the positive and negative to see the full potential. Current is measured differently, and I found this out the hard way. Suffice it to say, we are measuring it correctly this time, and I corrected my two mistakes. So, just what were those two mistakes? The first one was that I was not using an HV capacitor as listed as optional in the diagram here. The second and more important mistake was that I was not matching the load correctly with the rest of the system. With an LC circuit, like we have here, you want the capacitor and the inductor to be in harmony. The resonance is a balance of energy between the inductor and capacitor, allowing the two to work together and not against one another. The key difference between traditional LC circuits and the Nunez method is that we are attempting to get the load in resonance with the first two parts as well.
Okay guys, this is big. This is very, very big. Alright, this is a complete and total confirmation of the voltage we're getting. Okay, check this out. Got 210 Hertz sine waveform into our Mark 1 coil. Going to the stereo amp board. It's going to the coil. The coil is going to a 2000 HV cap, 0.15 unifarad. And that is going to a breadboard. All that's just disconnected. Just pay attention to these neons right here. We turn this up. Check this out. Listen for the hum. Oh? Oh? Ah?
There was a moment when I almost gave up. After months of testing, refining, and pushing the limits of what I thought possible, I found myself staring at failure. My 0-point energy solved question mark video was riddled with mistakes, miscalculations, and faulty assumptions. But buried within there was something real, something worth pursuing. Yet, doubt crept in. Was I just chasing a ghost? Then everything changed. I had founded the Fringe think tank, a group of relentless minds each determined to crack the code of free energy. Amazing YouTube scientists like Nathan from Old Man Builds joined forces, bringing new insights, fresh perspectives, and unshakable resolve. But the real turning point came when Michelle found my video.
And I saw that, and I loved what I was seeing, and I loved the geometry of the coil, and I could see the similarities with the Rodin coil. And I think the one, I think it was actually the PoE coil or the slash Haba coil that you were showing in your guide. And yeah, and it wasn't so long ago, really. It was are we talking a few months ago or something? I got into it.
So that's really a delight to have you here for all the missing pieces of the puzzle, honestly.
Well, Ben, I mean, you got me motivated into looking into this because you know, if I never came across your guide, I wouldn't be here actually today, just showing you my progress. So it's credits to you again, Ben, because you've been motivating a lot of people looking into that stuff, and interestingly enough, we're still making discoveries. Like even this little 432 PoE coil is super efficient for a 3-watt light.
Michel Morel saw past the errors and recognized the core of what I was trying to achieve. He reached out not to criticize, but to collaborate. That moment marked the beginning of a partnership that would redefine everything. Michel Morel took the concept further, developing a modified Joule Thief circuit, a breakthrough that allowed us to effortlessly tune our coils into resonance. From that, I adapted and evolved the system into what it is today, the Lightning Thief. More than just a device, it became the key to unlocking something bigger, a practical, affordable, off-the-grid energy solution. The results have been staggering. This is energy recycling. 15.5 hours of continuous power compared to just 2.5 hours off of a standard inverter. While this traditional inverter already maxes out at 88.5% efficiency, we're breaking every limit with my Vortex Coil system. This standard DC to AC inverter will only run for 2.5 hours on 12.2 watt-hours of energy, but my system provides energy for a whopping 15.5 hours off of the same 12.2 watt-hours. That's over 6 times more efficient. Not only that, the system will keep powering my lights well past 12 volts on the battery. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a new industrial revolution. While my traditional inverter, which is operating at 88.5% efficiency, can only power my 40-watt panel at 6.5% brightness for only 3.5 hours, my system uses the same 12.2 watt-hours and keeps the lights running for over 15 hours and beyond. While the inverter only stops at 12 volts, my system keeps going, pulling energy from somewhere we can't still fully quantify. And yet, this is only the beginning. I set out to create something that anyone could access. No patents, no corporate interference, just open source technology for people. Now, I'm working on making coil kits available so that even those without the means to build can experiment, innovate, and take this even further. This isn't just a redemption story. This is the start of a new industrial revolution. I call it energy recycling, and we're just getting started. So how does energy recycling actually work? It starts with something called negative electricity. What is negative electricity, you ask? Negative electricity, sometimes called back EMF or cold electricity, is the current generated by a collapsing electromagnetic field created by the coil when it's pulsing. Every time that coil field collapses, it generates electricity that most electrical engineers will ground out and regard as background noise that is unwanted. Back EMF can be destructive and unpredictable when you don't have your system in resonance. This is because Lenz's law states that any collapsing electromagnetic field will generate current that opposes the current which created it. Meaning, in the conductor that makes the coil, we have a ton of extra energy from the vacuum ready to be collected. So how do we collect this back EMF? Well, right now, the two waves are creating destructive interference. What we need is constructive interference. By forcing the energy in both directions, when in resonance, you create a standing wave of energy. This makes two counter-rotating electromagnetic fields that are condensed and compressed on top of each other in such a way that establishes a 0 point on the equatorial plane between them. By fine-tuning the frequency of the AC signal going into the coil, we can use that back EMF and, analogous to a surfer, ride that original wave all the way back to the source instead of fighting against the current.
By creating this constructive interference between the back EMF and the hot energy, we can theoretically obtain efficiencies beyond a COP of 1, without breaking any known laws of physics. Remember, by closing yourself off to this back EMF, you're making a closed system. The system I have here is an open system. That means the lightning thief is not ignoring the reaction from the vacuum. It is taking advantage of it. To nature, this field collapse represents instability, and the universe always strives for balance. In this way, it is not free energy. It is a mutual exchange from the vacuum. We can more accurately label this type of method of back EMF capture as energy recycling. As noted by many respectable scientists, such as Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, by creating an instability in your system, nature pushes back and tries to stabilize it by giving you more to work with. It really is just that stupidly simple. Imagine pushing someone on a swing.
But then he breaks it down. He says you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to pushing a swing. If you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used.
For those of you who doubted me, I can assure you, this time I made sure every wire, every setting, and every measurement was correct. I wasn't going to let doubt win. I refused to let the big name YouTubers who ignored me prove me wrong. They are absolutely not right. Overunity is possible. Nature does it all the time. You always get extra energy back in one form or another when you provide a system with an instability. A swing has gravity to push it back and find that equilibrium. My lightning thief device uses back EMF capture and recycles that extra energy instead of dumping it. Plenty of people have gotten overunity with these types of systems. There's nothing new under the sun here. It was my time to prove to the world that energy gains are not only possible, but quite frankly easy to achieve. I was not going to let the naysayers win. Not today. Today, I'm a schmuck no more. This time, we finally have solid evidence to back it up. But don't just take my word for it. Put it to the test. Challenge yourself. Challenge me. Build this coil system exactly as I've shown you. Run the experiments and prove me wrong. I dare you. I double dog dare.
So a quick update.
Once again,
We're at 12.65 on the battery. So one more notch and we're online with the 4 millivolts, and it didn't really affect it that much. We'll keep an eye on it. At 6:22 is our cutoff for the hour, so keep that in mind. It's looking like it's going to be the same efficiency though. So after this test, when we come back, we're going to test the efficiency of the lumen lamp with the 0.6 watt LED light bulb, and we will test the efficiency of the lumen lamp with the 0.6 watt LED light bulb, and I forget what our last test was going to be. Give me a second to look it up.
for now, I'm going to to continue to push my application. Oh, we're going to, if we have enough time, we're going to try to finish building Nathan's prototype. But we might not have that much time. My cutoff is going to be 7 o'clock, and then I want to play some video games. So, yeah. Alright, yeah, we'll cut it off at 7. We might have enough time. I'm going to come back from break in about 10 minutes or so. So 10-15 minutes, we'll come back from break. And actually, we'll cut off at 7:30. The stream will end at 7:30. So it gives us about an hour to get the lumen lamp and maybe some prototyping done. 24 watts. Okay. Now watch this. We're going to put the neodymium magnet in there, spin it up, increase the frequency. Wow. And it goes back up. 24. We saved 10 watts of power by spinning this thing. Holy crap. If this content inspires you, and you want to help support this channel in spreading revolutionary ideas, consider joining my Patreon or YouTube memberships for exclusive content and behind-the-scenes access. Your support keeps this mission alive.
Have you heard about this benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like what? Bro, that's some deep shit.
Where the fireflies glow, there's a man named Michael with a vision to show. Building towards the goal, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise with his lab coat charts. He's cut down all the lies, and it just fits. It's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of ether, he will be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be unfurled. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of the lab, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Show proof, and let the case clear. And I find the stream, you're just chasing a spin. But Michael smiled by with fire in his eyes. Just watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Go spin fast and a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of ether, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be unfurled. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. Can't prove your theory, it's just not right. Go spin fast In a lab, my dust cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits that shine in neon lights. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delights. Mike does it right. Mike does all Mikey's the one, teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive. Is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Show. Oh, brilliant team. My cave on Faraday. We're letting knowledge flow. Energy streams. Like that's all my kids the one, teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive. Is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. We've reached new heights. Mike does all Mikey's the one, teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive. Is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. It's that's for you, man.
You got the skills, you've got the drive, but your boss won't help you thrive. You work so hard, you give your best, but they're keeping all the rest. You don't have to stand alone, together we're stronger, set the tone. Fair pay, fair rules, a safe place too. It all begins with me and you. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. When you stand as one, you've got the power. You can make big change in just an hour. It's not just talk, it's taking a stand for better pay and a helping hand. It's not about fighting, it's about what's fair. Sharing the value of what's made there. If the boss says no, don't be afraid. Together we've got the tools to trade. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. No more later, no more wait. To change the rules, create our fate. It's not just you, it's all of us. In solidarity we build the trust. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. As a union means we're unified. The unified, the unified. Your voice matters, your worth matters. Together we can make it better.
This video was bang on brilliant stuff. I'll give it a shout out in my next video. I've forwarded it to Malcolm to check out too.
The viewers have spoken.
What an amazing documentary. Thanks for producing it.
Never seen this all tied together so well. Gonna share the heck out of it. Bravo, and thank you.
Divine Science is officially a hit.
Amazing stuff, very nicely presented. New sub who can't consume your content quick enough. Great video, dude. Keep at it, you are doing the good work.
You did a great job putting this all together. It's a great overview, goes into amazing depth at times, so it's interesting for the larger swath of people. Well played, sir.
Okay, so I didn't sleep last night because I watched this 3 times and binged the rest of the channel. You have fantastic instincts for piecing concepts together. Almost every section was something I was already familiar with in a different context, and this documentary was the thread connecting them all.
Join us on a journey into a place of hidden knowledge. A place where science is stranger than fiction.
In a world where innovation is stifled by greed and corruption, there lies a hidden truth that could revolutionize our way of life.
Lenny, what are you doing? Are you seriously pitching a new show right now? I didn't authorize this. My God, only 5 minutes into your new position as co-host, and you're already adding to my tight schedule.
Yes, sir. I manage that schedule. But I did notice you have an entire 2 days available during your week.
Wait, you're not talking about Saturday and Sunday, are you?
Of course, sir. You have 2 whole days where you're free to work on new content.
Lenny, those are my days off.
It's okay, sir. I know you'll manage just fine. I have faith in you.
Do robots have faith?
I do. I have faith that you won't screw it up again.
You know what? It's fine. Go ahead. I'll just build my cold fusion Lego set some other time.
It's PON certified.
But I'm not telling them about my idea for a thunderstorm toilet. I'm gonna keep that baby close to my chest.
You know, that just sounds wrong.
It's a good idea. A toilet capable of turning any toxic human waste into, well, it turns into petroleum jelly.
Why petroleum jelly, sir?
You know what? I'm not sure. I don't think it's calibrated correctly.
Enough is enough. The world is at a breaking point. Catastrophic climate change, biosphere collapse, and a global energy crisis have been met with apathy, denial, and despair. The phrase unidentified flying object is a deliberately obfuscating term. What it really is an alternative energy and propulsion device. This is the real reason for the secrecy. These technologies, if they were disclosed, would end fossil fuels, pollution, and poverty overnight, and usher in a new era of abundance, freedom, and peace. Instead, they have been kept secret for over 100 years.
The more powerful the agency, the more powerful the group, the more powerful the cartel, the more they will resort not only to legal means, but to extra legal means to suppress their competition.
I said pretty early on, the problem is suppression. It wasn't really how do I make a free energy machine. It's how do I not get suppressed? Because what's the point?
Microscopic ball lightnings that when they discharge are tapping into that 0-point energy field and creating the motive force.
Boom! That's why the concussion from the thunderclap is so huge. There's this huge amount of energy that's actually sourced from the vacuum energy. All the dots connected. This is what's happening, right? So we need to make the thunderclap engine.
Imagine a future where clean, sustainable energy is not just a dream, but a reality. Discover the countless untold stories of free energy devices and the relentless battle against those who seek to suppress them for their own gain.
Black shelving. So someone comes along, they offer you $20 million for your device, it's a corporation, they put it on a shelf. Boom.
This power is something I have given my life for you the people.
Uncover the shocking tactics used by energy industries to control the narrative and maintain their grip on power.
You don't interfere with the big, powerful people. You don't put them out of business. They still have those 50-year leases on the lines and all the power transformers.
The Environmental Protection Agency is a bit of a dictatorial police agency.
A shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself.
This is real, usable power. It's stable. It is not transient. It is not noise. Behind the lamps, that little box is putting out all of that power, well over 500 watts, and yet it is receiving less than 1/3 of a milliwatt of input power. The rest of that power is coming out of the surging energy of the vacuum, and this little box that you see right here, solid state, no moving parts, is the vacuum triode that's doing this very practical and historical work.
But indeed, it put out more energy than it took in. He was shot at once with a silenced rifle from about 300 yards. It reads like the James Bond movie, but it's real.
There are men here that said they're FBI, and they got black vans, and they're taking all this equipment. What should I do?
It's called capture, where they try to dies away, this problem, and everything's fine.
From manipulation of patent authorities to infiltration of government agencies, the truth is stranger than fiction. But amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerges in the form of renegade scientists and inventors who refuse to be silenced.
There is absolutely no question that T. Henry Morey had a system that produced about 50 kilowatts out of a 55-pound box.
In the shadows of capitalism's dark secrets, join us on a thrilling new show. Get ready to be inspired, enraged, and empowered as we delve into the benefactor's guide to free energy devices.
Only on Beneficence TV.
Welcome back to the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices and our mini lab. Right now, I'm going to be going over some current and voltage readings for the lumen lamp. Oh, we have a dangling battery. That's what we call a dingle battery. It's dangling. Instead of a dingleberry, it's a dingle battery. Fix that dingle battery. And we lost a nut. Something fell off. That's not the nut that fell off. That's way too big of a nut. There it is. I know what you're thinking. I'm the only nut here. Well, that's not true. We got plenty of nuts. In a moment, I'm going to go grab my multimeter. Let me disconnect this battery. I'm dealing with half-dead batteries and dead batteries, so it should be fine for a few minutes to run these. But after that, we're going to have to conserve the power. Let's get that bad boy screwed on. Oh, Mike has a video. Let's watch the video while we work on the lumen lamp. We can do that, Mike, for sure. We'll check at StreamYards and see if anybody's backstage. We might have to mute this.
A lightning bolt at something? Well, as it turns out, it's technically quite possible to do. Today we're going to fire this directed energy device that I built a while back. I call it the Lorentz cannon. The cannon is supported by a 240,000 volt pulse forming tower called a Marksbank, which delivers an electrical power pulse of several gigawatts to the 30-barrel armature gun mounted on top. The gun then initiates a plasma channel through the air at current levels found in natural lightning and can direct this plasma channel towards any grounded target. Now you might...
Oh, just a quick update on the current, or on the battery reading. We didn't beat our efficiency. In fact, we might have been a little bit less efficient. But suffice it to say, we got to, 615, not even 622. And it went down to 12.64 on the voltmeter. So that is a little disappointing. I turned the potentiometer on the second Jewel Thief device, and we're going to do another test on that. Started it at 625, and it was at 12.63 when I started that test on the battery. So we'll monitor that one more time before we give up on that.
You'd be wondering, why would anyone build such a thing? Well, back in the day when I lived at Survival Research Labs, my task was to make electrical devices that could somehow interact with the machines. But these machines were often quite violent and unpredictable, and they were usually loaded with weapons and explosives. So how could you arm an electrical device to survive in such a hostile environment? The answer? Use pulsed power. And if that doesn't work, use more pulsed power. Now, capacitor banks are a cheap and cheerful way to blast objects with hundreds of megawatts, or shower large areas of machines with molten metal. But to blast an object with capacitors usually involves running very heavy cables, and dragging these heavy cables up to a fast and mobile machine wouldn't be very practical at all. So I wondered, could you somehow direct a lightning bolt at a hostile machine instead? I'd read about lightning researchers who could direct lightning bolts to the ground by firing rockets trailing a thin wire. But how can a hair-thin wire possibly carry tens of thousands of amps? This is where the Lorentz force comes to the rescue. When you pass current through a wire, a magnetic field forms around it. Lorentz found that this field produces a force that compresses the conductor, which increases with the square of the current. Now normally, if you tried to pass 10,000 amps through a thin wire, it would instantly vaporize. But if the current rises fast enough, the Lorentz force grows faster than the explosive force, and it contains the hot plasma into a super dense channel. It's a great trick, but there's a catch. In order to get the current to rise that fast, you need to hit it with a rather large voltage pulse, and a fast one to boot. Now this is easy for a storm cloud to do, since it has hundreds of millions of volts available, but I wondered, could mere mortals pull off such a feat? As luck would have it, SRL had recently rescued a bunch of 20,000 volt capacitors from the scrapyard. But some quick calculations revealed that we needed over 120,000 volts to produce a fast enough edge. So to get 120,000 volts out of 20,000 volt caps, I borrowed the Marksbank approach used to power the Z machine. Now a Marksbank is a clever way to multiply voltage by almost any amount. Here's how it works. First, all of the caps get charged in parallel to 20,000 volts through the liquid ballast tubes. Then an array of spark gaps fires them in series, effectively multiplying the original voltage by the number of levels. So, I started on the Marksbank design and stacked all of the 20,000 volt caps that we had into an 8-foot high Marksbank weighing 4,000 pounds. Then, Tim Wallington and I started on the plasma gun itself, which featured a heavy brass front striker plate for the high current plasma channel, and 30 barrels for good measure, which seemed enough for a full SRL show. For acquiring targets on the killing floor, we gave the cannon actuators for both panning and tilting, and an aiming laser located in the central tube. Then we assembled all of the cannon parts in the SRL yard and tried some test shots. It worked! And it trashed my black and white Vidicon camera in the process. But at full capacitor voltage, the gun could only create a stable plasma channel about 15 feet long. So of course we kept turning the voltage up, increasing the range, but unfortunately the scrapyard caps were already at their end of life, and stressing them to 120% quickly resulted in many violent capacitor failures. So we needed to find new and better caps, and lots of them. But turns out they weren't cheap, and even used, just one of these energy storage caps cost more than my pickup.
Why is everyone spiraling over YouTube banning ad blockers? Like, chill guys, just use Pi. It's a free Chrome extension, and it basically...
Well, it took me a minute to find another set of capacitors, but I finally had the good fortune to come across these. Here in the future, there are much beefier third-generation capacitors available, allowing more than double the drive voltage of the old bank, and peak currents well into the range of lightning strikes. So let's pick up where we left off. The ranging test back then yielded a 25-foot range, but by overloading the old caps to 120,000 volts. Today, let's see if we can reach 35 feet with 150,000 volts. I'll be operating the Canon and the Marksbank from the relative safety of the operator's console here, but with heavy eye and ear protection nonetheless. So first we acquire the target, then start charging the Marksbank. The top scale on this high voltage divider is calibrated to show the final output voltage.
Almost got it hooked up.
150,000 volts is right about here. Okay, the bank is charged and ready to fire. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, it's hooked up and it works. I'm gonna take the oscilloscope and see what we get. The 1 ohm resistor.
Shockwave. I just hope the neighbors aren't too upset. Looks like I need to adjust the aim compensator upwards a bit. At this energy, the shockwave easily rips the target away, and leaves a bit of a flame even. You can definitely tell that a stable plasma channel formed, since it blew a hole in the plywood, and the peak current reached tens of thousands of amperes, and the Marksbank completely discharged its energy.
28.33 millivolts.
The echo off those buildings about a half mile from here kind of sounded like distant thunder.
So we're gonna say that's what,
now
28
doubling the energy
milliamps
delivered to the target. 210,000 volts is about double the energy of 150,000 volts. Our meter here only goes to 200,000, but it'll still give us a good estimate. 3, 2, 1. It looks like doubling the energy had an effect.
Let's try without the resistor, using the current measurement on the input.
As we can see, the target has now achieved a high state of division. But how did this happen? We can discover why by slowing down the video about 6,000 times. With double the energy, the shockwave has now gone supersonic, with wood and shrapnel departing at about 1,200 feet per second. The target simply can't move out of the way in time, and is shredded to bits.
Let's try it with the resistor and then without. We'll do it 2 ways with the other multimeter.
Finally, how effective is the plasma cannon against electronics hidden inside hostile machines? This TV that I found in e-waste should provide a good indication. The cathode ray tube still lights up, which will provide us with useful diagnostics. Okay, we're ready to fire with a full 210,000 volts on the bank. 3, 2, 1.
And we're getting 23, I just clicked off, but 23 milliamps DC is what we were registering. Hold on. 20, oh, hold on. This damn thing. All right, so. Turn it on. 23 milliamps. Nope, it's going up. Okay, it went up to 276 milliamps. Went up a little bit to 280. So let's call that 280. 280 milliamps. Okay, so I think that's more accurate of what the current draw is from the battery. That looks about right. I don't know what this oscilloscope's doing, but let's actually do the oscilloscope reading at the same time. Let's do that. Let's do the probe. See what we get. Yeah, we only get like 30 millivolts, so okay. That might not be an accurate way of doing that on the input. Maybe on the output. We'll try it on the output. Let's see what the voltage is. That one's connected. Okay. positive. Okay, now we gotta hook up the multimeter. A little tricky setup. I don't have the best equipment here, so gotta do what I can with what I have. .3 volts. 8.3 volts. 8.3 volts on the input. 280 milliamps, 8.3 volts. So that's 2.3 watts on the input. 2.3 watts on the input. Now we're going to take a look at the voltage on the output. It's going to be a little bit more tricky to do. I think I'm going to need some extension cables. Let's try this. Maybe one more. .3, exactly the same. We're not losing any voltage. 8.3, 8.29. Well, maybe a slight loss in voltage, but if there's any loss, it's very minimal. 8.28 coming out. Wow, that's cool. Okay, so let's take a look at the current.
Okay, so we're going to insert a jumper wire into the positive output of the lumen lamp circuit, just so we can get our multimeter in between in series with that wire. Let's take away that background. Well, that's the wrong software. There we go. Bend the pin just slightly at an angle so I can fit it in there nice. Oh yeah. Okay, we got it in. I paused the camera for a moment. Give me a moment. I'll unpause it. Two 270. What? That's pretty cool. Oh, it's kind of steadying out now at 260. So it was 270, but now it's steadying out at 260. But still, 280 to 260 while maintaining the voltage? Let's do that. Hold on. Okay, let's... This is insane. Okay. This might be better than what Michel got with his transistor, the Squirtle. 8.28 times 0.260.
2.15 versus 2.32. That's 92.79%, so 92.8% efficient. That's 92.8% efficient? Wait, hold on, let me double check that. Sometimes I divide backwards. I might have some kind of reading problem. Let's see. Yeah, 97.8. Or I'm sorry, 92.8. So Michelle only got about 70% efficiency. We're using the caduceus coil and the MJE13009 transistor, not the MJL9. What the hell? 9114, I think. I'll have to double check that. But Michelle's using a different transistor. It's the MJL9114G, I think. I might be mistaken on that. But this is incredible. We're getting 2.32 watts on the input and 2.15 watts on the output. That's extremely efficient. That's a 92%. That's pretty good for no inverter and being silent and not having any heat and having to deal with any heat issues with a noisy fan. That's honestly, that's pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. So, and this is what I mean by choosing the load correctly. That might have something to do with it too. So between the transistor and the 0.6 watt LED bulb, those are the two variables right here that are differentiating our lumen lamp setup from Michelle's. And I'm going to post, I keep forgetting to post his link. I get ADD. So I'm going to post his link in the channel in a moment. But this is pretty good. This is very satisfying results. For the lumen lamp, 92.8% efficient. I'm pretty impressed, honestly. I'm very satisfied with that. And I think Michelle would be satisfied with that too. He's going to be excited when I tell him. He's going to be really, really excited. So, that's pretty cool. I think that's the bee's knees. Let me reconnect the lumen lamp here and I'll show you. Tweezers are always useful when dealing with these small wires and trying to get them in tight spaces. Twisting the wire and forming it so it fits better. go. In a little bit, we might, in a couple hours after the stream, we might do some lab coat gaming and continue our adventure tonight with Silent Hill 2, the remake. Remember, we just finished the hospital nightmare. We just left and are pursuing the little girl, Laura, who locked us in that room with that terrible, terrible monster. Scared the shit out of me. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we got it back up. Everything's back in place. Now this LED, 6 watt LED, it does always blink when it first starts up. That's just a function of it. Something in the circuit. It's oscillating the lights. It's very beautiful. It's kind of like mimicking a candle flicker, and in my opinion, it's a really nice night light, especially with this 0.6 watt oscillating LED light. Very, very beautiful. And apparently we just confirmed, or hopefully we could close to be confirming, it's 92. I'll have to confirm with Michelle. I'll talk with Michelle, but hopefully we can confirm that this is finally producing good results. 92.8% efficiency when we measured the DC current and the DC voltage input and output. So those were both DC measurements. Yes, part 3 of the game, Jessica. I'm really excited to pursue the rest of the story in Silent Hill. And I'm hoping we get to that tonight. I'm going to go watch a movie with my girlfriend, spend some time with her for like a couple hours, watch a movie, and then I'll probably be back on with some lab coat gaming just to, relax a little bit. This is really, really cool. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have to do another measurement test because apparently this is not utilizing the Charmander transistor. This is utilizing the Squirtle. This is the one that Michelle is using. I just double checked the name on the transistor just to be sure because I like to swap them out sometimes. And it is. It's I was wrong. It's not utilizing the MJ13009. MJL13009. That's the one that I use for the Lightning Thief device. It's not using that one. It's using the MJL21194, the one that Michelle is using. Okay, so we're going to do another test with the other transistor just to see if the efficiency is different. Let's do that real quick, okay? Okay, yeah, they're MJE13009 transistors. So let's put one of those bad boys in. First, we'll see if it works. Hopefully. Because remember, different transistors have different switching speeds, and it could affect the performance. If it's worse, and this half-dead battery might not turn on at all. That's what I'm saying. So we'll put the transistor in first, see if it turns on at all. Then we'll get our measurements.
And we'll do the output first because I'm not even sure we need to do the input, but we're going to do it anyways, the measurement, because to be honest, it could be affecting it. It's an oscillating circuit, so yeah, we'll start with the output though. Let's put this transistor in. What I like to do with these lumen lamps and what Michelle likes to do is kind of put it in perpendicular and then kind of bend it a little bit so it sticks upward. But when it's running, please do not touch these. These are transistors. They get hot. Ideally, you'd want a heat sink on there, and it's, you know, it'll still get hot. So don't, you know, a little bit hot, not much, but it might burn you. So be careful with that if it's been running for a while. So you can see this transistor is a little bit smaller. This is the one that we're putting on now. All right. Oh, and you know something? Let's grab a resonance relay. Okay, let's grab a resonance relay too, because I have a feeling that that could increase the efficiency in the current. Okay, let's do that. We only have about 22 minutes left, so I'll try to get this done as fast as I can. Yes, it's turning on, but only when I turn up the potentiometer to a specific frequency. Okay, so it's turning on at a specific frequency. Okay, so let's get our measurement real quick. Get the voltage. Now the voltage shouldn't be changed, right? The voltage shouldn't be changed. Well, we might have to do the current measurement on the input, but we shouldn't have to do the voltage measurement. We could just measure the voltage when it's not connected to a load. It might be slightly different, but it might save us some time. Okay, we're going to get the voltage measurement. All right. Only 5.1 volts coming out, guys. Only 5 volts coming out. Let's adjust the... Yeah, maybe let's adjust the potentiometer and see if we can get that to go up. Nope. .1. Yep, 6.1 is the highest we can get it. Interesting. So we don't even need to do any further testing. We already know that this is far less efficient. So I guess it goes back to my theory, and I was correct about the load being correct. You need to match the load properly. This is very significant. Maybe we should change our transistor onto Lightning Thief. We'll try it. And in the next mini lab, we'll try the MJL21194. This is actually what Bedini recommends for some of his circuits, including the Tesla switch. So
we're going to... let's put this one back in, this transistor back in. Michel's going to be excited about this, though, this development, I think. Because I think what he's doing is he's putting a 3-watt LED and a 5-watt LED on it. And it doesn't really power anything much beyond that. Or anything at all beyond 5-watt LEDs, light bulbs. So I think by reducing it to the correct capacitance for the light bulb to be in resonance with the rest of the system, I think that's what is going to bring up the efficiency. Now, how we bring it up even further, I don't know. I'll have to talk to Michel if he has any ideas about that. This is very interesting. Almost got it back on. Yeah, so this is already very, very efficient for a night light. The battery's finally dead, though. Probably because changing the transistors and having the efficiency decline so much put so much strain on the battery that it finally died, and it might come back a little bit if we give it time to recover. It might give us a little bit more time. This is how this system works, you know. The battery dies, give the lamp a little bit time for the battery to recover, and, you know, eventually you should be able to turn it on for a few minutes or you know, a little bit of time. So you'll get an extension out of your batteries with this system already on top of the 95 or 92% efficiency. Really, it's like 93, it's 92.8. So that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty good news. How much would it take to power your whole apartment? NPN or PNP? So these are NPN transistors. I believe they're both NPN transistors, if I'm not mistaken. I know at least the Charmander one, the one that didn't work, the one that I'm using for the Lightning Thief, the smaller one, that one is NPN. I believe it is. Here, let me double check. I don't want to be wrong on this because this is important. That's actually a very good question because that's very important. Let's check. Yeah, so the one that we're using that works, the MJL21194, that's an NPN. And the MJE13009 NPN. So they're both NPN transistors, what I thought. That's what I thought, okay. Just making sure. So we had this battery on that wasn't working earlier. Let's see if this battery recovered any. These are cheap batteries from the dollar store. Remember, we ran a test a long time ago on these cheap dollar store batteries. Compared to a normal battery that lasted, for the same system, it lasted, I think, what was it, 30 minutes or an hour? These cheap batteries lasted like less than 10 minutes. So just think about how much less power you're getting out of these from the dollar store. Just think about that. Don't buy them. I buy them because they actually work with these circuits pretty well. But unless you have a Joule Thief circuit like this, it's really not worth it. You know what I mean? Okay. No, this one didn't recover enough. It might not recover at all. Some of these are extremely dead. I have another one here that we can try. Sometimes you have to let them recover a long time, like overnight or, you know, a day or so. Yeah, this one's not working either. You know what? Do I have? I have this. I might be able to do something with this. Let's see. That might be backwards. Oh, I have an adapter here that allows me to do two batteries at the same time, but we might have to get a little creative connecting them. Let's see. So that should go. Positive to positive. Got negative to negative. I don't think I'm going to be able to hook this up. Yeah, that's the wrong adapter. Damn, where's the other one? Let's try this battery. Let's try this battery. We got a couple more minutes before I got to end the stream. Oh, here we go. That's working. Nope, it's not turning on. Interesting. So I increased the potentiometer a little bit and it did turn on. I didn't think of that because these usually turn on without having to turn the potentiometer up at all. So let me grab these other two that didn't turn on before. Okay, I didn't even think about doing that, to be honest. So let's do that with these two. Let's try it. Turn it up. Yeah. Okay, so we're squeezing the battery out. So when it dies, okay, so basically you get a battery and you leave the potentiometer all the way down, and when it dies, you just let it recuperate and or turn up the potentiometer a little bit. Like that. And you turn it up just enough and just until it turns on. You want it just until it turns on. So you don't want to waste anything. Cool. So that is turning on at around just past 12 o'clock. Maybe 1 o'clock. Yeah, 1 o'clock on the potentiometer dial. Let's try this one. This one's dead as well. This one wasn't turning on. So turn up the potentiometer. Oh, 2 o'clock. This one's a little bit further. You have to turn it, denoting that this one is a little bit maybe more drained.
but it's still turning on. That's so cool. Awesome. We might have just discovered something here. Oh, I turned it up too much and it killed the rest of the battery. Or it spiked it. Okay, there we go. So we turn it on. It just turns on around 2 o'clock on the dial. Alright, let's try this last battery that didn't work. This is the battery we were using for the whole testing process. So we were using this for a little bit, and it didn't have time to recuperate, remember? So, turn it up. Oh! It's turning on at 1 o'clock. Maybe a little bit shy of 1 o'clock. Very cool. Very cool. We're squeezing these batteries even more, ladies and gentlemen. 92% efficiency, but we're also squeezing them past what normal devices can actually utilize them. Remember, most devices won't be able to even turn on at this voltage level. With these batteries being drained like this, your device that you're using won't even turn on in most cases. But this one does. So that's very cool. Very, very cool. We are getting ready to end the stream here, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to say I appreciate everybody for tuning in. All the love and support really means everything to me. We can't do this alone. I can't do this alone. We really need help spreading this technology. And this lumen lamp is an amazing night light that is getting extraordinary efficiency for the design. And remember, this one has swappable coils. So as we develop more coils, we might get more efficiency out of it. Oh, we got another dangleberry. The battery fell again, dangling. All right. You shut up. That's my meter. So we're squeezing the battery even more by turning up the potentiometer. Pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. You know, and again, we might not be getting the same efficiency with that potentiometer increased. Keep that in mind. We're probably, you know, putting the efficiency through the toilet, to be honest. But I think it's pretty cool how even dead batteries we can, you know, still get use out of them. Alright guys, I'm going to take a couple hours and I'll be back tonight with some lab coat gaming. We'll be back with part 3 of Silent Hill 2, the remake. That game has been really amazing and really fun to share with you all. So we'll be back probably around, I don't know, 8:39. I'll set something up on the channel. So until then, have a good night, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in, and see you next time. Peace.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles, oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah, guiding voices, revelations start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering. Congratulations on the